Good morning, everyone. That's better. You know, now you all can see us, and looking at you, you're all backlit. It's kind of weird, but it is a nice view. Anyhow, if everyone would please stand. This is the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency on Valentine's Day, Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. And we'll stand for the invocation. Is our town clerk here? Okay, the invocation is, may we all have courage of our convictions, strength to keep an open mind, and do the best we can for our town. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item on the agenda is an approval of minutes, the draft minutes of January 18th, 2023. May I have a motion to accept them as distributed, or if there are any corrections?
So moved.
Thank you, Scott. Motion by Scott and seconded by Jim. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to, we agreed to put public comment. So Jason, can we always have public comment after the minutes here? Because we agreed to put public comment to the front end of the meeting. So I'm going to do public comment right now for those of you who are here who'd like to speak to whatever you'd like to speak to, or if you want to speak to one of the public hearings because you don't feel like sitting here, you may, although I do suggest, because it is a zoning hearing, that you wait and participate during the course of the hearing. But that's up to you. So, would anyone like to speak? Yes, ma'am? You need to come up to the microphone. And when you come to the microphone, if you would, please state your name for the record. You're welcome. Nice to see you. Yes, and if you hold on one second, we're going to get your microphone turned on. And you know what? I'm going to pull
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cindy Celeste Hajduk, and I am a secretary to the Captain's Bay South Condominium Association. I am speaking to the variance that is in question for the property that is located within 100 feet of one of our properties of our 5 buildings. First question is with regard to the particular steps that have to be taken to create a variance to a existing property. Is there a particular law other than this zoning commission meeting to create the variance?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may, as you mentioned at the beginning of the public comment provision, if the comments are specific to one of the agenda items, since the item is quasi-judicial, the appropriate time would be when that item is called. To the extent that any speaker wishes to give comment at this point in time, it won't necessarily be considered or is appropriate for the actual item, because that has to be under oath and at the time, so anyone can ask questions of the speaker during that particular item on the agenda. It's just the procedures, ma'am. You're certainly free to.
I should have better explained that. Okay. So, and just another note, as a public speaker, you are not allowed to ask questions. Okay. But we'll make sure somehow that they get answered in the course of things. So would you like to continue speaking now, or would you like to wait until this public hearing, which is up next?
Then I assume that it'd probably be more pertinent to be
I think you should.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to anything? Oh, yes, Jane has her little blue sand thing here, and I also have a timer, so if we tell you your 3 minutes is up, it's up, okay? Is there anybody who'd like to speak to something that is not part of a public hearing?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir?
I do have a note here. Charlie wishes to, is
Oh,
signed
I
up for-
believe me, I know he's sitting there. He alerted me in advance. Thank you, though. And yes, the woman in the pink. So, ma'am, I'll let you go first. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sue Patton from Bay Beach Lane.
Good morning, Sue.
Went to a very interesting lecture over from Sanibel Captiva. One of the gentlemen that was speaking, he used to do animal shows. He's actually going to do one on Florida because Florida has so much nature that needs to be preserved. One of the things I found out that Sanibel Captiva, in their, I don't know whether it's their zoning or their land use, I don't know where it falls, but 75% of the plantings need to be native. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why Fort Myers Beach, at an appropriate time like this, when we have to plant, that the land use would not include in this new regulation to require 75% of the plantings. Number one, they require less water, and we know we're going to run out of water at some point in our lives or the next life. And they will sustain in a hurricane. If you go down and look, the plants that survived were native. And the birds, the bees, and eventually us, we would all do better with native plantings. So it is just a suggestion. I'm not really sure how to get it into that regulation, but I just suggest that you look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Eck? Jane, this is Charlie Eck. He says he's never had the pleasure of meeting you.
Wow. Thank you for the introduction.
I found
That's
that
true.
hard. I found it hard to believe.
Good to see you, Jane. Chair Saracita, Vice Chair Plummer, and the remaining members of the LPA. My name is Charlie Eck, and I reside at 4183 Bay Beach Lane, Fort Myers Beach. I'm a Vice President of the Estero Bay Improvement Association, better known as Bay Beach. Last month, we became aware of the proposed changes for the future land use in our town. While we applaud the town's effort in relooking at our entire island community, given the devastation wrought by Hurricane Ian, the 40,000-foot view envisioned by the consultant now must be brought down to ground level by your group. It's up to you to deal with those pesky little details that get in the way of an otherwise perfect world. The 55-acre Bay Beach property noted in the consultant's report surfaces as one of those pesky details. That 55-acre property serves as a linchpin for Bay Beach's 132-acre stormwater system. While it has been owned by various entities over the years, Bay Beach purchased the property in December 2015 so as to never deal with an outside party regarding our stormwater issues and to further our interest in making that property the amenity envisioned years ago. To date, we've expended over $4 million in hard and soft costs on that vision, and this year we will spend another $2 million on completion of our plan. These figures do not include the ongoing yearly operational costs that are well into six figures, all paid for by the Bay Beach residents. Excuse me while I here. In 2001, between EBIA, Star Dial, and the town was settled, in part providing for the establishment of a special zoning district, BB, Bay Beach Zoning District, for the 55-acre parcel. We, along with council, consider that settlement and its future land use provisions binding on both parties. I hope I've given you a glimpse into the 55 acres at issue. A more detailed letter explaining our position has been to you. As we're sure you'll come to know, what appears to be a 55-acre open land plot that the consultant wants to consider civic and open space is anything but. As you drill down on the consultant's report, we're more than happy to meet with you at any time to further discuss the issues we've raised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlie. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to any issue that is not a public hearing? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment. We'll move on to our first public hearing, which is SEZ 2022-0120-6875 Estero Boulevard. This is a special exception for a work-live use. Jason, I do not see the applicants. Oh, it's because they're so little. Did not see them. And we got this big podium here. Thank you very much, Jason. Mr. Herron, would you, just 1 second though. First, this is ex parte. Scott, do you have any? Oh, you need a mic. And Doug?
not.
Tom? Jim?
I do not.
Jane?
No ex parte.
Pat?
No ex parte.
And Don?
No ex parte.
And I have spoken at length with the applicant. Okay, Mr. Heron, would you like to swear everybody in? And anybody who'd like to speak on this particular hearing, please stand to be sworn in.
The applicant.
Well, that was Mr. X. Time is up.
Do you do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. Jason?
Good morning, LPA members. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm in the Community Development Planning and Zoning Division, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody.
Thank you.
So today I'm here to present a project that is as mentioned before, a work-live project. This project is a rehabilitation of an existing building that was previously a medical building. The intent of the applicant is to build a second level above the existing building, rehab the entire building, and use the entirety of the first floor for their personal residence, as allowed for in section 34-1774, the work-live provisions.
Jason, may I
Yes.
stop you? Could you just clarify for everyone the work, live, work? That was a glitch in the, it was just
Absolutely.
a typo. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So in that section, there is 1773 and 1774. 1773 is a more restrictive type of use. It is a live work, where the live is intended to be the primary use, and the commercial activity is intended to be accessory to that. There are expected limitations on there. For instance, retail is limited to only 1,000 square feet total. Also, it would limit the amount of deliveries and customers that could come to the site. It also has a lower a lower requirement for parking, because again, the understanding is that it is a home first and a place of business second. We differentiate that with section 1774, which is work-live, which is the mirror opposite of that. The expectation is that your commercial activity is going to be primary, and that your home is an accessory use to the commercial activity. And as thus it's treated more like a standard commercial activity, where the parking would come under commercial activity sections, as well as the aesthetics of the building, the architectural requirements. So one other thing I'd like to put out right up front, during this project, the expectation is that the property is going to cross 50% of the value of the existing structure. As I'm sure many people are becoming aware now, the 50% rule, as it's being called, it does affect commercial buildings, and in this case, they are going to be expected to do a dry flood proofing as part of their rehabilitation of the existing building. That will include engineered flood panels, and in most cases, an elastomer that's applied to the building itself to create effectively a bathtub, and that's how they mitigate against storm damage. So,
To create a bathtub. That's a good visual.
somewhat.
That's a good visual.
That's how I like to
Yep.
think of it.
Yep.
So the proposed structure has a total square footage both at the proposed second level and the existing lower level of approximately 15,900 square feet, give or take a few. This project has been in review since before the storm. There's been some iterations on the design and the understanding of what would be allowed in this commercial building. So this is finally the fruition of that. I am open to any questions that you may have about our process, about the code and interpretation, and if there's any questions for the applicant, they're here.
Thank you very much, Jason. Are there any questions from the board? Patrick?
I've got a question associated with one of the conditions that you have on there with the buffering.
Buffering, yes.
Can you just go into a little more detail, because it's kind of a broad
It is.
condition?
Kind of
we-
a what condition?
Broad.
Oh, broad.
Yes, so thank you for bringing that up. During the review of this project, I think we were always intending to keep in mind the understanding that they are surrounded by multi-families, condos, and a residential plan development. When you look at the site as it is today, there are buffers, there are trees there. Really, the intent of staff is, if they get the approval for the actual use, which is what we're here for today, that they would engage with us on a plan to both maintain and enhance the buffers that are adjacent to the properties, particularly on the north, east, and southeast portions of the property. Those buffers, as a commercial use, would generally be 15 feet. Since they are doing a rehabilitation, we're going to hold them to the greatest extent possible for rehab of the site. And what we're asking them to do is work with us to ensure that those buffers are maintained and keep a visual and hopefully an auditory buffer between the uses, quality of life on the residential properties and their property.
And my comment, Jason, on that is, I don't have a problem with anything you're saying or the condition that we have. I think in the future, when we have issues like this, a little more detail, because again, I don't know from the staff report what's required and what that enhanced buffer means. You know, if you tell me it's as many plantings maybe within a smaller footprint, now I understand what that means, and I'm okay with that. But
Right.
a little more detail would be useful.
Completely understandable. I think we were just trying to retain the ability for them to give us a plan and not dictate to them, but I completely take what you're saying here, yes.
Jason, part of this, I think, our discussion was also to provide some of that flexibility, because when you get into design and you get into some stormwater stuff, we didn't want a couple square feet of asphalt to then throw the whole plan out, so to speak. So I think we were trying to be a little bit understanding of when you get to the fine details, we didn't want to throw the whole thing out, so to speak. But I appreciate those comments. We've had that debate too.
Yeah.
10 feet, 8 trees, 7 shrubs, but we're just concerned what can you fit in there with existing vegetation and all that.
Okay, any other, Don?
Quick clarification on, there was a limitation on manufacturing of material. So it's a commercial space, so what we're talking about here is allowing both use, right? Residential and commercial, so is it because it was a medical center before? Okay, so because I'm just trying to figure out, the people that live around in the multi-use, if, Interiors Unlimited is a business that's, remodeling, they might be building cabinets or doing something, on the weekends. So I'm just thinking about the noise limitation.
And
Is that what that's for, or?
I think that's where we were kind of going with it. We really just wanted to sort of express that the use that's allowed in this particular section is for things such as general office or retail. We wanted to separate that from the idea of doing actual assembly and actual manufacturing on the site. And we've spoken with the customer and their representatives before about this, and we've gotten assurances from them that that use back there is really just for dead storage and not necessarily to put together any of the materials they may have.
Okay. So remodeling materials might be, doors, cabinets might be delivered there on a regular basis, but not necessarily.
Absolutely. We would expect that there would be deliveries and perhaps pickups on their own trailers as they take them to individual job sites. But our understanding during this process has been that they would not do anything that would harm the quality of life of their potential neighbors.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any other questions for staff? Thank you very much, Jason,
Thank you.
and happy Valentine's Day. So the applicant could come up, make your presentation. Ruby, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hearing from us today and for considering this what we consider to be a very exciting project for our town. My husband Kaio and I are the owners of Interiors Unlimited. Actually purchased the company from my parents a few years back, who bought the company from a prior couple back in 2004. I've been a resident of Fort Myers Beach since I was 9 years old. Went to Fort Myers Beach Elementary School and enjoyed very much growing up here. and making some lifelong friends. And, you know, as we grew our business, getting to know some lovely neighbors, customers, and other business people on the island. We acquired the property at 6875 in January of last year and have been working alongside architects, engineers, and the town to put plans together for what we believe would be a major improvement of the space. The space has been empty, for my understanding, for about 7 years now, where prior it was a medical center. Our ultimate goal, as you've heard, is to have the entire first floor as our retail space where we will house a design showroom, office space where we can meet with our clients, bring in designers to make material selection, show off product displays, this type of thing, have conference rooms where we can meet with our clients and kind of review contracts, and then we will have some dead storage, as was mentioned. Second floor we would like to have as our personal residence. No better commute than going downstairs to work every morning. So we think that it would be, you know, perfect for the space. From our understanding, you know, it is allowable in the code as a special exception, which is why we present to you guys today. We have been approached by many of our neighbors surrounding us. Primarily Captain's Bay is kind of in a circle around the back half of our property. And then opposite us is the Sanderac condominiums, who have a direct view of us from their front side. We've been approached by many people who are kind of excited about seeing what's going on. They've seen some action taking place at the building. And actually, since the hurricane, we have relocated from Santini Plaza to the new building where we're working out of a modular sales office, which will become our construction office also. People are very excited. We've put some nice fake grass out and some planting, and people are very excited that it has a little bit of greenery and color. And that's kind of what we, you know, hope to continue bringing, is some joy and refreshment to the property that has been kind of derelict for a long time. I think my time is up, but thank you very much.
Ruby,
No?
Ruby, you have all the time you like.
I do. I saw
You
the
do.
little thing and I was like, oh God.
No, pay no attention to Jane's blue sand. Janie, put this away for the minute.
Put your sand away, Jane.
No, your presentation, you're entitled to whatever time you need for your presentation.
Okay, well, I won't take much
Yes.
longer. So, I mean, we're, you know, my husband and I are very, very dedicated to this property and to our island in general. We think that now more than ever, with the rebuilding that's going to be needed of, you know, all the homeowners on the island, our business is more important than it ever has been. We're deep rooted in this community and really want to be that go-to source for people, where they can know that they can come and trust someone who is local, who's not gonna rip them off and leave town the next day. We really feel like we're gonna be a major part in the rebuilding of this island, and that having this facility is going to allow us to really be a great resource for the people of Fort Myers Beach. I understand, as always, there's going to be some who, you know, find it maybe different than what they're used to. I know a lot of people are afraid with the rebuilding of the beach that it's going to become skyscrapers and massive towers, and we all know that that's not the fact of what, you know, it's going to be. Our second story, we are capped at, I believe it's 35 feet is our max allowed height. We will be right at that. But the building is going to be beautiful. I've shown Anita a couple of renderings that we've had put together
We have them in our packet too.
by a 3D architect, just so we can kind of show you guys how, you know, we really are dedicated to making it a beautiful space, not just for ourselves as our residents, but for the community, and kind of a light, seeing as we're probably going to be ahead of a lot of the rebuilding since it has kind of been in the process for a year already. You know, we're hoping if everything goes forward that we can, you know, start to get the project going in a few months from now, and by season next year be up and running, ready to welcome people back to the beach. I think that's all I've got. Again, I appreciate all of you kind of listening and considering, and would, you know, be happy to answer any questions or speak with any of you at another time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Don, any questions? Pat?
Nope.
Jane? Jim?
Your diagram, I think it shows 5 bedrooms, of which 2 are called generational. Would you explain what a generational bedroom is?
That's our parents.
From what my architect tells me, it's a more proper way of saying a mother-in-law suite these days. I guess it's for maybe children or grandparents. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Doug, any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't have any questions.
Scott, any questions? Ruby, I have a question for you. So I'd also like to disclose, John, I don't believe I have a conflict, but you might change your mind. Ruby and her husband Kyle and Mike Wood with Driftwood Builders are my contractors on my home. They also happen to be neighbors of mine at Santini Plaza, and so I have a friendship with them over the years, and they've been great to deal with. But I asked you a specific question about the manufacturing. Kyle elaborated on that because I think that noise and trucks and everything else, and Dawn just talked about it, is a concern for the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
So could you just touch on that?
Sure.
And Dawn, when you were asking that question, I thought maybe there is an opportunity, Jason, for an additional condition to specify that area just be storage, so that they're specifically stating that there is no manufacturing occurring on premises. But go ahead, Ruby.
So we are remodeling contractors, building contractors, but we do bring in our materials ready-made, so we don't do any assembly of our cabinetry. All of our cabinetry is brought in custom-sized, ready to fit the job. Things that would be done would be like cutting of trim, but that's all done on the job sites. So you were right, material would be delivered and then picked up, taken to job sites, but there would be no manufacturing or kind of heavy labor type thing happening other than unloading and loading of deliveries.
I think the worry was, you can just imagine the sound of stone being cut
Yeah.
for a cabinet top or something
Sure.
like that, but that's not going to happen there.
No. Just like we operated out of Santini in our little 1,500 square feet, the business model is going to remain the same. We actually, even in terms of storage, have begun in the last few months to look for a property off island where we could have just as a storage facility, just to even cut down on some more of that delivery that would be happening to the island. We don't want to be a problem for anyone. We want the people around us to come and be very happy that we're there. We don't want anyone feeling uncomfortable or disturbed by our presence. And that has been one of the things that has really made us feel good this whole process, is we've been approached by so many of our neighbors. One of them who lives literally right on our borderline, and that is a very small buffer between our property and his. It's just the way the site is. And he is a neighbor, has become a customer since the hurricane. We've helped him with some things that he needed done at Captain's Bay. And he's just so excited to see something. And in his words, he's glad that we're not a bar.
Jane, you have a question?
Would you have any problem with a condition of, say, no deliveries past dusk to dawn?
Sure. So
Just
we
because of the beep, beep, beep of backup trucks and things like that? I'm just
absolutely.
thinking-
So our operating hours currently are Monday to Friday from 8 to 4 p.m. So we don't accept deliveries after those, before or after those times anyways.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Har-
Yes, Madam Chair. In light of your comment and the relationship between yourself and the applicant, particularly given the current circumstances,
Do you think
it
I have
would
a
be my
conflict?
recommendation to
Abstain.
abstain, to declare conflict, get with the town clerk to fill out the appropriate paperwork and get it submitted.
Okay,
Okay?
yes, I certainly will. So Ruby, that means that I'm not going to vote on this case.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, John, very much. That's why I brought it up. Thank you. So, Ruby, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation. We'll call you back if we have any further questions.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
And now we'll open up the public comment. Ma'am, this is your shot here. It's your moment.
Hi again. This is Cindy Celeste-Hajduk, and I'm from Captain's Bay South. And I am so happy to hear all the information that Ruby has given to the council as well as myself. What I see here is the concept that reaching out to the Captain's Bay Board of Directors would have been helpful, so we can have shared the information with our owners. And we are very, very happy, as she said, not to have a bar or another establishment that is not necessarily going to be as friendly as they appear to be. What I'd like to do is, at this point in time, say that I appreciate their information with regard to the limitation of the height, but I also have other questions from the owners. I'd like to invite Ruby and Kyle to come to our board meeting, which is going to be February 28th, and speak to us so that we can be even better neighbors and have our answers and perhaps maybe more business for them. And I would like to also have them realize that we're not the only association that they are abutting. They are also abutting a master association with the Island Pines Rec Association, which has their tennis courts, our tennis courts right there. There are many questions that we need to be good neighbors to have answered, and at this point in time, the legal ease is very important, and I'm glad I'm not taking care of that. So again, an invitation. Yes, and we also appreciate all of your hard effort, but I do agree with the idea of buffering with plants, but there aren't many plants left after a hurricane, and they are all native too, and that's very important to have native plants on the island and surrounding us with regard to the water issues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was so civilized. Congratulations.
Communication is
Amen. That was really great. Is there anyone else who cares to comment on this case? Seeing no other public comment, we'll close this section and bring it back to the board. Are there any further questions from the board of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, is there a motion? Does somebody have a motion on this case?
I'll move it.
Okay. And
Approval with the one stipulation on the hours of 8 to 4, no deliveries and,
Adding that to 1 through 3?
correct,
Okay, so number 4 would be added, okay?
right. Adding number 4, which would limit delivery hours from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
I'll second that motion.
okay, so the motion is to approve the application, adding condition number 4, limiting deliveries Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Correct.
I would even go as far as from
Yeah.
dusk to dawn, no deliveries, so that, I mean, if you get stuck in traffic on Fort Myers
True.
Beach, it's a problem.
Yeah, and dusk to dawn is different times of the year. Should we set a time? Maybe it's 7:30 to 5:30 or something. That way it's within those.
So would you like to change 8 to 4
Yes.
to a different number?
Yeah,
Well,
let's do it
that's their
7.
operation hours, but I would say deliveries
Could be
between
early, could be late.
7:30 and 5:30.
Yeah, 7:30 to 5:30.
I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion is to approve with the recommendations in the packet that the special exception meets the criteria and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we are adding condition number 4 of no deliveries or deliveries only between Monday and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m.
Right. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Dawn, the motion maker?
Yep, in favor. Yes.
Jane?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
In favor.
Scott?
Aye.
And I abstain. Okay, the motion carries unanimously with 1 abstention. Congratulations, Ruby, and I'm sure you'll be accepting their invitation. Okay, thank you. Good luck to you guys. Next case, or next item on the agenda, hold on just 1 second. There's something. Hey, John, I tried to restate that motion because I know that when we do variances, it's important to stipulate the criteria. Is it equally as important in this?
Generally, in all land use items, you should, the person making the motion should state that they are moving to approve or deny based upon the applicant and the application meeting or not meeting the criteria in the packet through competent substantial evidence and that the project is or is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. I can distribute to each of you all a kind of a cheat sheet if
Oh,
you
no,
wish.
we've got it.
Yeah, it's in the package.
It's in the packet. I think it's just, that as
need to
you're,
read
It's,
you know,
it's a
as you're
matter of
listening-
repetition.
It is.
And
It's a
getting in the
matter of
habit.
repetition. Yeah, okay. All right, very good. The next case, the next hearing is SEZ 20220104, Texas Hold'em and Squeeze Me In Dune Walkover and Boardwalk. This is based on the findings and conclusions. They're asking for a special exception from LDC 3488 and Section 3487 variances. So we will, first of all,
Can I just make one clarification?
Certainly.
You're correct. It's a SEZ application, but there's also the variance application. That the number wasn't referenced to that
okay.
title.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'll ask for ex parte communications. Scott?
Yes, I've done a site visit, had multiple conversations with Mr. Rude.
Thank you. Doug?
Yes, I visited Mr. Rude last night at his invitation to see the project area firsthand.
Thank you. Jim?
I received 2 emails from Mr. Rude inviting me to do a site visit, which I declined, but I did receive 2 emails.
Thank you. Jane?
I have not had conversation this year. I've had conversation in past years, since this has been ongoing since 2014, but that's it.
Pat?
I met on site with the applicant, and I had a phone conversation with him also.
Thank you. Don?
At on-site, viewed the site, and did speak with Mr. Arud.
Thank you. I have not spoken about this particular application, but I do have lengthy experience with this application, having been with Mr. Root's home with him also in the past, in another incarnation. John, I'd also like to say that we did receive several emails that should be on the public record from members of the public. I don't know, do we need to cite those?
They'll be made part of the record. But before we proceed, I do want to, again, emphasize, particularly based upon the ex parte disclosures, that the decision today is in a quasi-judicial setting. And therefore, the decision you make today is based upon what you hear, you see, and you experience here today. And conversations or lobbying or comments by any other outside parties should be irrelevant and should not be the basis on which you make your decision here today. Is based upon, again, what you hear today during the course of this meeting, and not any other communications or site visits you may have had outside of today's hearing. At this point then, unless...
Wait, I have one other disclosure. I had a lengthy conversation night before last with Bill Perry about this. Okay? Go ahead.
At this point, anyone who's going to give testimony on this item today should stand and raise their hand to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you very much. Okay, Jason? Which Jason is it? Obviously, it's you
I'm
since
the only
other
one
one's
left.
gone. Okay.
Yes, he ran
Thank
away
you.
as fast as he
That's
could.
all right. I get it.
Jason
Thank you.
Green from Community Development, for the record, as opposed to the other Jason. Yes, the applicant Texas Hold'em LLC and Squeeze Me In LLC has submitted for a request for public hearing for 2 different applications: a special exception, which, as we previously discussed, is for the use, and a variance from Section 34-652 F2C, which is a variance from the maximum width of 4 feet to allow for a 5-foot width to the structure. And as I mentioned, the special exception for the use. The property is located at 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard. The proposed structure is within the recreation future land use category and the environmentally critical zoning district. The subject property is located as mentioned, on the southern end of the island, near the intersection of Estero Boulevard and Tarpon Road. The applicants have requested approval for a dune walkover with an associated boardwalk within the EC zoning district. The proposed location of the boardwalk will connect two single-family lots within the RS zoning district. The homes are located in the RS. The applicants are requesting to share access to this boardwalk and dune walkover between 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard. A portion of the proposed structure runs along a shared property line towards the Gulf of Mexico. The proposed structure turns in a southeast direction, approximately halfway from the terminus, towards the terminus of the proposed project. The proposed length is not clear on the site plan, and the dimensions of the proposed structure weren't provided on the applicant's submitted site plan. But the end of the dune walkover ends prior to what's on your site plan in your packet, an area labeled on the applicant's site plan as dune and sand. It also shows an area over what's called Buttonwood mangroves, I think is what it's labeled as. The applicant has provided a survey dated 2017, a preliminary site plan showing only the layout of what is labeled as a dune walkover and boardwalk, a narrative supplementing the applications for the special exception and variance request. And the applicant has included the FDEP consolidated final order that found the proposed structure will not adversely impact public health, safety, or welfare from, again, DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, acronyms. However, these findings are not based on the town's special exception criteria and evaluation process, which the FDEP consolidated final order states the applicant must comply with. So special exception use. LDC Chapter 34 defines the term special exception as follows. And I apologize for reading this, but I think it's important. Use, special exception, means a use or certain specified departures from the regulations of this chapter that may not be appropriate generally or without restrictions throughout a zoning district, but which, when controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood, would promote the public health, safety, welfare, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, or prosperity, and may be permitted in accordance with all applicable regulations. The language used in the definition of the special exception is a critical component to the LPA and Town Council's consideration of this application and any other special exception application. The applicant has stated their opinion that the proposed use and structure complies with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code policies and regulations, respectively, and therefore should be approved. The definition provided in the LDC goes beyond a checklist of policies and regulations or technical standards to be met. In staff's opinion, it directs the town to consider the overall impact and promotion of health, safety, and welfare of the general public. The definition clearly states the purpose of the special exception process is to determine if controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood. Make that determination. That's the purpose. If a request promotes those elements, then it may be permitted in accordance with all other applicable regulations. However, compliance with the technical regulations in and of itself does not confirm compliance with the purpose and intent of the definition of the elements mentioned above, or previously stated, I should say. A similar application for the same use of the same properties was considered by the Town Council in 2019. During the review, staff recommended denial based on the application materials presented for review. The Town Council determined that the proposed use and structure were not consistent with the town's land development code or comprehensive plan. This current application was submitted, this current one before you today was submitted in process September 22nd, 2022, and has been reviewed for, again, sufficiency and compliance with the land development code and comprehensive plan. In the application, the applicant states the purpose of the request is to protect the existing dune system while providing access to the beach and Gulf from their private property. They provide statements that Mr. Rood is a disabled person by definition of the American Disabilities Act and has difficulties walking and requires mobility and assistance devices, including cane, sit-down power scooter, Segway, and wheelchair for access to the public beach. The applicant's narrative further explains that the dune walkover will be designed to comply with the town's regulations and, quoting, eliminate any impacts to the surrounding natural resources and prevent any negative impacts to the surrounding properties and residents, end quote. The applicant has provided responses to each of the town's Land Development Code, Section 34-88, which is the special exception criteria, items 1 through 9. Again, I'll talk about the variance in a minute, but just for the public, 34-88 is special exception, and when we refer to 34-87, it's the variance criteria. Staff has provided responses to each of these items in your staff report and application, or packet, excuse me, and based on a review of the town's LDC and comprehensive plan in the public record, materials in the public record, materials submitted by the applicant, those responses can be found in the findings in the staff report under findings and conclusions. In summary, the applicant has not provided sufficient or relevant documentation to address the town's criteria. The application fails to provide details, specifics, or recent data that helps understand what is proposed and how it may or may not have an impact to the public and community. A copy of a sufficiency review letter has also been provided as part of the public hearing packet. Additionally, the applicant has selected a few policies from the comprehensive plan, in our opinion, misapplied or misstated their intent, and that's part of our findings and conclusions that I'll go through. So, LDC Section 34-88 sets forth the following required findings and conclusions for your consideration of a special exception. Number one, whether there exists changed or changing condition which make approval of the request appropriate. The applicant's narrative attempts to identify two justifications. One, the proposed dune walkover as being necessary due to the accretion along the shoreline, and two, the LDC allows dune walkovers, so they should be permitted to have one. Both assumptions, in staff's opinion, are incorrect. The first assumption, based on accretion, is why the special exception process exists. The intent is to evaluate location, type of construction, environmental, and community features that may support or not support the location of a use and structures. The simple occurrence of accretion does not support the approval of the special exception. If anything, the amount, nature, and type of accretion are important factors in deciding placement of a dune walkover or any other structure. Substantial accretion may very well be the reason not to locate a structure in a certain location. The applicant has not provided sufficient documentation of recent changes to the shoreline and subject property since 2017 and post-EN. Secondly, the assumption of the LDC and comprehensive plan, for that matter, speak to encourage dune walkovers is removed from the context of those policies. The applicant's argument for those is removed from the context. The LDC and comprehensive plan identify dune walkovers to protect dune systems. The applicant states homeowners currently traverse the dune system on foot with some difficulty. However, since the proposed structure is for private use between two property owners, the difficult conditions to traverse will remain in place for adjacent property owners. This proposal does not address or resolve that issue, therefore does not set forth a comprehensive strategy to address potential dune and vegetation impacts. Items number 2, 3, and 4 are testimony, recommendations of staff, and testimony of the public, which obviously will be done today. And then item number 5 goes on to some comprehensive plan items. And it states whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The applicant's response to this section provides several, in staff's opinion, incorrect analysis of the town's comprehensive plan. Item 1, future land use element policy 4A6 refers to beach accesses as an essential part of the town's character. They shall be maintained and expanded whenever possible. The applicant states that they are indicating that their private access qualifies under this policy, when all other references to beach access points within the comprehensive plan are in reference to primarily publicly owned, maintained, and operated access points. Generally, the policies and data analysis of the comprehensive plan are referring to public rights-of-way that dead into the beach, where the town has a history of providing parking and other access for the public to the beach, as well as some easements and other publicly maintained paths. This public realm component is evident in Table 10-1, Table 11-3, Table 14-1, Policy 1A2, referencing beach access points as a public amenity on page 4-25, providing additional access for visitors and residents to the beach via additional beach access on page 5-21. Table 5-9 identifying the 46 public beach access points. Policy 5-E-1 stating the use of public funds to provide continued maintenance to beach access points. And Table 7-A-5 parking spaces at beach access points and pedestrian crossings at beach access points on page 7-A-44, and then a reference to beach access points on page 14-2. The point of that is that the reference to these beach access and access points is all relative to the public realm, and primarily public access. Policies 4B8 and 4B9, which the applicant referenced in their narrative, do not address the applicant's request or speak to actually the request. They are simply stating where the recreation category will be located, which is the future land use category, and what allowable uses are allowed in the wetland category, which the subject property is not in that category. Coastal Management Element Policy 5-D-1, 2 refers to the protection of sand dunes. The applicant claims that their application directly supports their request, yet no plans, documents, or other evidence has been provided with this application other than a narrative that states that they intend to protect the dune and natural vegetation. Number 4, Coastal Management Element Policy 6-E-1 requires all new development approved after the adoption of this plan and for public beach areas within the town at appropriate crossing points to require a dune walkover. The applicant has not proposed new development other than the construction of a proposed structure. The single-family lots that they are getting access to the dune walkover would be from were platted or created prior to adoption of the plan, and the upland homes were built years ago. The intent of this policy is to direct new development to identify where and how pedestrians are going to access the beach through their property. The policy's intent is clearly to provide direction to projects that have potential to create substantial foot traffic and to plan for that traffic appropriately. The applicant's proposal only serves their 2 properties. Number 6 of the Section 3488 Findings and Conclusions, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and location standards for the proposed use. The applicant's analysis indicates that their application meets the requirements set forth in LDC 34-652 F2 A through G. However, the applicant has provided no documentation showing compliance of any of the items A through E or G. Furthermore, they claim to be compliant with side setbacks of the EC zoning district, which state the 25 feet under table 34-3 of the LDC, yet clearly show a proposed structure on a shared property line with a portion of the proposed structure on each property line. In addition, the applicant has not addressed any other additional location criteria that has been met as referenced in number 6 that I just read. Number 7, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The applicant's narrative, they claim to provide sufficient evidence and documentation to show proof that the proposed structure will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources, yet we have not been provided plans, documents, other evidence, or other evidence has not been provided other than the narrative that demonstrates the project will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical and natural resources. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses, number 8, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The applicant's statements claim that they have provided sufficient evidence and documentation to show proof that the proposed structure will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. Yet no plans, documents, or other evidence has been provided other than a narrative that demonstrates the project is compatible and will not cause a nuisance or harm to the surrounding environment and neighborhoods. Number 9, whether a requested use will be in compliance with the applicable general zoning provisions and supplemental regulations set forth in Chapter 34 of the town's Land Development Code. The only analysis for this item provided by the applicant indicates previous rulings within the DEP Consolidated Final Order that found that the proposed structure will not adversely impact public health, safety, or welfare. However, those findings are not based on the town's special exception criteria or evaluation process. And furthermore, the applicant hasn't provided any other additional relevant data or analysis, studies, or expert findings related to the proposed location of the structure and how the current conditions may or may not be impacted. It should be noted that the DEP Consolidated Final Order specifically states that the proposed dune walkover is subject to compliance with local government regulations. The analysis for item 9 also fails to provide sufficient evidence that the proposed structure is compliant with Chapter 34 of the town's Land Development Code. So the variance part of it obviously is a second application, but part of the whole packet, and that is dealing with Section 34-87. I won't read every word of that. I'll be a little bit more brief on that. There's items A through E, and so item A is the application or is it not an exceptional extraordinary conditions? And then item B is, do the conditions justify the variance? Item C is the variance, if the variance is granted, is it the minimum amount allowed or able to provide relief? Item D, the granting of the variance will or will not be injurious to the neighborhood. Item E, that the conditions or circumstances on a specific piece of property for which the variance sought are or are not of so general or recurrent nature as to make it more reasonable to amend the codes. And all of these except for, I would say, A, B, C, and E, staff found that they are not have not found sufficient evidence for those. And item D, basically, it does not appear that the structure is proposed for the general welfare, and the required width would not have an impact based on what was presented in that finding. So staff has recommended, found that the request for special exception does not meet the criteria set forth in section 34-88 of the LDC. Staff finds that the request for variance from the dune walkover width does not meet the criteria set forth in the sections I just read, section 34-87 of the LDC. Therefore, for those reasons, staff has recommended that the LPA recommend denial of the special exception application to construct a dune walkover and boardwalk for 2 private properties that are used primarily as a single-family residential within the EC zoning district. Staff also recommends denial of the variance due to insufficient information provided by the applicant as how approval of the variance complies with section 34-87. Staff also finds that a consideration for the variance should only be given at such time as the request for the special exception is considered sufficient and complies with the town's LDC and comprehensive plan. And some of that last sentence, I think, somewhat speaks to, I think last meeting we had a question of which comes first, use and special exception or the variance to technical standards. And so that's really addressing, you can't approve a variance without considering the special exception use first. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for staff? Don? No questions. Patrick?
Yes, got a few questions. So I read the packet. It's a lot of information. I wasn't involved in previous hearings, so I came to this, fresh and new. And there's a lot of information that was not found in our packet. My mic working? So what I'm trying to figure
I'm
is,
not sure.
what I'm trying to figure
Can you all
is,
hear him?
was the information provided? Was it part of the record? Does the information provided previously carry forward to this application? Or is this information simply lacking from the record? For example, all the environmental permits that they've obtained, is that part of the record? I didn't see it as part of the packet, could not review it. The order,
Do you want the answer for that question?
well, I'll go
Okay.
through all of them. So the order does address, I believe it addresses the environmental impact component fully. I was able to review that. However, as staff has pointed out, some of the criteria that's in our land development code was not fully addressed in the packet. Again, I can make my own determination with the information I had, but some of that information is lacking. So I'd like to know if that was provided to staff, and if it wasn't provided to staff, I hope the applicant is coming here today with information to address all those items.
As far as the application, it's what you've been given is what we were given as far as the application. So there are no.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
It's going so smoothly, right till then. The packet you have is the application material that were provided to us.
That was my only question. I will have comments later.
Okay, questions?
Applicant presents.
Okay. Jim, any questions?
I have a question for either Jason or John. The special exception is based on an ADA claim. If Beach Talk Radio is a good source, it seems that the court has ruled against the ADA claim and it's on appeal. Is that the current status? And if this is a pending issue, how can we look at the special exception based on the court's ruling?
Good question. Yes, there has been a lawsuit filed by one of the applicants, or the principal of one of the applicants, Mr. Rood, against the town in federal court, alleging that the prior denial of the dune walkover violated his rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act. The trial court issued a 26-page ruling on the matter a number of months ago. That ruling is on appeal. To the extent that the new application asserts an ADA or a request for an accommodation under the ADA, I believe that the trial court's ruling, pending appeal, is binding upon all of us, including Mr. Rood. And to the extent that you all wish, I can quote a couple of and provide into the record a copy of that ruling. But in that ruling, the court did touch upon several issues, the zoning as well as the actual need for the accommodation. And on page 19 of 26 in that court order, the court states the dune walkover would bisect EC land. According to the zoning code, the purpose of labeling a zone EC is to designate beaches and significant wetlands whose preservation is deemed critical to the town. And it cites to section 34-652A of our land development regulations. And this zoning scheme is intended to prevent public harm by precluding the use of lands for purposes for which it is unsuited in its natural state and which injures the rights of others or otherwise adversely affects a defined public interest. Again, citing our land development code, section 34-652B. Arguing the exemption was a fundamental alteration, the town hits the nail on the head. On its face, building the dune walkover through an EC zone would change the complexion of the area by encroaching on land protected from development. Put another way, the dune walkover was incompatible with surrounding land uses of the zoning scheme, and it cites to a federal court case. With regard to the actual need for an accommodation, on page 23 of 26, the court states, even if it could be read into the record, which would require a series of unreasonable inferences, nothing suggests the dune walkover was necessary to address Rood's disability, i.e. using a cane for balance and avoiding uneven ground or long distances without a break. This is not a matter of semantics. As another case states, necessary accommodations alleviate effects of disabilities, not necessarily the disability itself. Regardless of the dune walkover, the beach has sand and uneven ground. While one may comfortably assume a wheelchair cannot move well in sand, the same inference does not automatically apply to using a cane. Yet the record lacks any explanation for how the dune walkover is necessary to help Rood walk while using a cane in the sand. Put simply, there's no evidence how the dune walkover improves any effects of Rood's disability as demanded by the ADA. Then it goes on to say equality. Finally, leaving aside the other components above, the court still finds the dune walkover was an unreasonable accommodation. As the town argues, this project seeks preferential treatment, which the ADA does not require. Instead, the ADA only requires equality between disabled and non-disabled people. The dune walkover would place Rood in a far better position than non-disabled people. Again, no private person has a walkover in the EC zone, So Rude seeks favored land use, not an equal opportunity to access the beach. And I'll make that part of the record.
Thank you, John.
Follow-up question. Is there also a question of ownership with the federal government? And how are we dealing with
There-
putting something on putting a walkover on a piece of property that we don't know who owns?
There's current litigation between Mr. Rude and Mr. Kramer, the corporate entities, against the state of Florida, to which the town is not a part of. And the point that I've said to the LPA in prior hearings, and I'll repeat it here today, is that irrespective of ownership, the town's zoning scheme is still in place. And the special exception criteria is still there, and anyone desiring a special exception has the burden of proving to you all through competent substantial evidence that they meet that criteria, irrespective of the ownership. So if Mr. Rude and Mr. Kramer are eventually successful in their claim of ownership, it doesn't mean that they still don't have to comply with the town's zoning regulations and the special exception criteria. Obviously, if they, I don't intend to speak or wish to speak for the applicant. They can speak for themselves. But my understanding is their submission of the DEP final order is their attempt to show that they've gotten all the approvals from everyone. Where the dune walkover ends eventually is still open to, I think, question, and we don't know if that's going to cross over someone else's property or not. So there is that ultimate issue that needs to be resolved.
Thank you.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
Just, so it looks like from the package that the property line, that this thing starts past the property line. So that's what my question was. Is it state land? We don't know whose land it is that we're crossing here?
It's state land, and they through the state DEP environmental protection process, they appear to have, although they did not necessarily submit in this application, proof that they have the state's authorization to go across state land.
Okay, thank you.
Jane, did you have a quick follow-up?
Yes, with the ADA lawsuit still out there, I don't know how we could rule on no handrail if ADA wants it to be compliant. I would assume there would be ADA accommodations for handicap, which typically handles a handrail and other accommodations.
Well, generally, ADA, the ADA is not one of the criteria in your code. At some point in time, assuming there were to be an approval, the final way in which the dune walkover would be the subject of a building permit application and final design and approval through that process. I defer to staff as to whether or not the railings are or not required for this type of use.
All right, one other question. Since this does not attach directly to their private property, once it is built, if it is approved, how do we bind those two properties to maintaining it in the future if they sell?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have anything in the packet that speaks to that. To your previous question, the width is part of the variance request, or is the variance request, and that is part of the criteria for design in the town, which is why they've applied for that. I believe the handrail conversation that you probably read about was a DEP component that they worked out with DEP as far as not providing handrails. I think it stated something about because of birds and that sort of thing. I don't recall handrails being a criteria in the LDC for ours, just the width.
Well, isn't it required for docks on the back bay that one side has to be railed?
No, so
Or
there's
even rope or
there's
something.
ADA design criteria for public docks and piers and that sort of thing that allow for accessibility, equal access. That's different than I think what you're asking about as far as docks in
private.
general.
Okay,
Correct. So
okay.
private's different, generally speaking, and mostly what you'll see is on rails along a private pier or a public pier or dock is you'll see the lower component that allows equal access for somebody maybe in a mobility device or something.
But Jason, it wouldn't be a private owned, right, if it's on state land?
It is a private this application is for two properties to have access to this dune walkover and boardwalk.
Okay. So we would be granting a variance for two property owners to build a structure on state land.
You would be granting a special exception for the
Right.
use of that structure in the EC along where they've proposed, and then the variance would be for the width.
Which would still require DEP permit and state approval,
Yes.
which would then, Mr. Herron, go back to the lawsuit regarding with the state, correct? I mean,
No, so it all comes. It starts with you, right?
Right, I understand
No matter
that,
which order you do it in. It's,
Right.
Does the local jurisdiction approve of the structure, the use, all those criteria for the special exception in that location, in that manner?
Okay.
That's the question before you.
And no matter if it's state land, we still have the authority to grant a special exception on state land in an EC zone.
I mean, yeah. So if they came to you first and ultimately went to the state, then they'd have to get approved from the state. It generally behooves you to have permission to do something before you come to the local government. It still doesn't answer the question of the criteria of the special exception.
Right. Thank you.
Doug, oh,
I would just reiterate one of the comments that staff made during their presentation, that there is language in the DEP approval that does state that the proposed use of state lands by the applicants are still subject to the local government's approval.
can you hold your thought 1 second? Let me just, Doug, do you have questions?
I would have liked, maybe they're going to present it, I'd like to see a map that shows the location of this proposed bridge and walkover in relationship to the critical wildlife area,
Okay,
because it's not clear in these exhibits.
I agree. Scott, do you have questions?
I have a couple questions. Number one, just for the town's clarity, what has, since 2014, this cost the town?
In what respect?
Financially.
Staff time that they would spend in processing any other application, which the applicant would then pay. The legal fees are, since I've been involved, between all the different pieces of litigation and disputes that Mr. Rood has filed against the town, probably less than $15,000. The vast majority of the cost that's being incurred in defending the town or representing the town's interests is being covered by our outside insurer, the Florida League of Cities, through outside counsel.
Okay, thank you for answering that. So just for more clarity, so the DEP right now has approved their request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the other question I have is, you know what, I've been dealing with this for years and years, as has several of us on the committee. At one point in time, there was, discussion about public benefit, and now it appears that this is just, these two gentlemen want this for the property. I thought at one time there was negotiations about letting the neighbors use the walkway, who can use the walkway. Is there some, what happened to that?
It's not in the current application, and as far as in the context of various mediation meetings between the parties, that also, without breaching the confidentiality, it's not before you.
Okay, so right before us is just, these two guys want Okay.
I mean, again, I'm not to belabor the point. What's before you is what staff is.
Well, I just want
yeah.
some clarity, John. I
Yeah.
mean,
No, that's exactly what's before you is what's in the staff materials and in the agenda, nothing more, nothing less.
okay, fair enough. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, did you want to go back?
Yeah, I'd like to do a little follow-up because of some of the questions and the issues that came up. So, from an ownership standpoint, I would like staff to give us on the record what they believe has been presented or not presented. And I'll ask the applicant to do the same. I tried to look, and again, when I was asking if the packet was complete, because it is seriously lacking a lot of information. We don't have one decent map to look at and figure out where this thing is. But I did look at the surveys, and the 2 surveys that we have show the property lines going all the way to the Gulf. So I'm a little confused as to, and I've even heard that from Mr. Rude about this being on his property or not his property and obtaining a land lease from the state. So I think they will be presenting a little more information, but again, I look at the record and the surveys show me the property lines going all the way to the Gulf.
So I don't believe that's what they show. I think they show down to the mean high water line at the beach, but there's another mean high water line that's part of that pond area, right? So I think that's part of the question on maybe some other lawsuits or what have you. So that's part of the documentation. To your first question, I believe they've gotten a permit from DEP. I've probably seen it at one point. Is it still valid? I have not seen what date that was to. I know typically state permits like that are probably 5 to 10 years, somewhere in there. I don't know what this one was. I didn't check that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that's fair. Hopefully the applicant can provide clarification on this.
Sure.
The other thing also is I think, as I said, I wasn't part of the initial applications associated with this, and I read a lot of stuff in the paper, and I know better than to trust what I read in the paper when it comes to accuracy. So what's I think would be fair in that Mr. Heron presented details about the ADA, I think the public needs to understand that, yes, there was an ADA lawsuit from Mr. Root against the town, but conversely, when it comes to environmental issues, there was a suit from the town and the Audubon against DEP and Mr. Root, and from that standpoint, that suit was also settled in their favor. So we're talking about 2 different things.
Right.
One being an ADA, and I think the public needs to understand that. One is an ADA suit, and it's a suit from Mr. Rood against the town. And the other suit that's been settled, and we have the order, is the town and Audubon, a suit against DEP and Mr. Root. So I think in all fairness, we need to put that
I'm
on
sorry?
record, make it clear.
Sure. A blue SUV parked underneath the building that needs to be moved. Does anybody here have a blue SUV?
Right along the building. It says like Fort Myers Beach or something, Fort Myers Life on it.
I have a black one there. That could
Does
be
it
me.
say Fort Myers Life?
On the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need it moved.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want to?
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I'd like to ask everyone not to speak to anybody right this second about this case because it's ongoing and it'll just cause further disclosure. We'll resume as soon as Jane's back. back on, that'd be great. Thank you very much. We'll reconvene the meeting. Go ahead, Jason.
Answer him. Patrick,
Yes.
did you want to just comment? Yep.
Question, if you have any information with regards to ownership and, again, the applicant hopefully will address that more clearly with a map and a visual. And then with regards to the various lawsuits, I just think that if we're going to introduce that and have those discussions, it's only fair that we give the public a better picture of what the various lawsuits are and where we stand on those. And again, at least from my standpoint, the way I've been looking at it is we have criteria in our code to address the petitions, and some of this is relevant, some of it's irrelevant. We have to be careful about what we look at and what people introduce as part of our findings today. Again, what plays out in the public opinion and out there on the internet, people can form their own opinions and use whatever they want to support their argument, but we have to be careful what we look at today.
So, Patrick, if I just could comment on that, because I agree with some of your statements in that, from the staff perspective to that point, I'm not getting into the ADA compliance component of it. That's the legal issue. We tried, as staff, tried to avoid the lawsuit component of it. But as far as the ADA component of it, that was part of the sufficiency comment to the applicant in that it's an incomplete picture. It's not about ADA. It's about there's a claim of ADA, but then there's an incomplete picture on the site plan, the structure, because even per DEP's website with doing walkovers, if there's ADA components, perhaps there's ramps, that's a bigger structure. It's got to be, it's in a direction different with the waves crashing against it versus the water rolling under it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into the criteria. So from our perspective, it's just an incomplete picture stance. And you mentioned ADA and environmental, but I hope that the staff report, our report, speaks to the other part to that, which is location, necessity, and purpose and intent. And again, we just disagree with the applicant on what the comprehensive plan policy's intent for dune walkovers. Saying there should be more the intent wasn't that everybody get a dune walkover. The intent, if you read the policies as a whole, in our opinion, is that we are smart about where we plan for them, that they're strategic and that they can serve the most people, and that projects that come in have to think about how do people get access, which is why the town council, and I think this LPA body, has always asked larger projects to consider easements and access through their properties. So I just don't want to forget about that part, because that's the special exception criteria, is that location, that part of the analysis. It's not just environmental, it's not just ADA or other components that aren't part of our review. Is this the way we want to envision and allow these types of structures and access to the beach?
Anything else, Pat? Anything else, Patrick? Nope. Thank you. So, like Scott, I have a lot of history with this, but I'm going to do my best to only deal with what's here today and not the historical element, though as a human being, that's awfully difficult. I have a couple of things to say, and I appreciate what you just said, Patrick, about we have to be careful in a quasi-judicial hearing about what we put on the record. And with all due respect, Scott, the question of legal fees is completely irrelevant to this case. It should be irrelevant to any case, quite honestly, because you're making a decision based on facts, not on cost. If you were, you never want to end up in a might is right situation. But I have never, in all the times I have reviewed zoning cases, read a sufficiency report. I don't think you've ever done this for one of our cases, Jason. Have you?
So historically, the town, we try to provide, if there's lacking information, a sufficiency to
Sure.
the applicant. Sometimes that sufficiency is mixed with comments. Generally, it's always been mixed. When I started here, we tried to get on a path of just sufficiency first. Missing items, can't review this, and then review. Most people don't like that because it's 2 steps. But frankly, this is provided as part of your packet, hopefully to supplement and complete the staff report picture. And also because, and Mr. Kramer was upset at the timing of the letter, and that's fair, that the letter came out the same week that the staff report and the agenda item were published. So that's why I provided it for you, for the public, so that since it was such a compressed time to do the review, to get it on the hearing date that they wanted, all of that happened at the same time. So that's why I provided that. Plus, I felt the sufficiency review letter helped explain the briefer statements in the staff report of not having sufficient information, data, and analysis. That was a more detailed way that we provide to the applicant of what's missing.
So when I received the packet and I began reviewing the application, I was astonished it was on our agenda. And Mr. Wilkins, I'm looking at you right this second. I know that this is perhaps Jason's responsibility, but ultimately the buck stops with you. With everything that is on our plate right now, to receive a case that has so many deficiencies in the application. I mean, not to have a recent survey, not to have recent data, not to even address the current condition post-hurricane of that part of the beach, to me was very concerning. I had to pause to say, why do we have this here right now? What brought this to us so expeditiously with these deficiencies? And you know, Jason, in your letter, you asked the question, would you like to change your date? Would you like to change this? So I'm guessing, like Patrick, maybe, and others, perhaps the applicant's presentation will be more, I don't know, juicy, enlightening, whatever. With Mr. Wilkins, would you? Oh, sure, come up, please.
Well, and Anita,
Please.
at some point,
Your staff, after all.
the applicant at some point has a right to come to hearing, right? I mean, that's
Oh,
ultimately.
sure, of
yeah.
course,
So
of course.
in-
This is a complicated case. It's a controversial case. And so to come forward without these details, especially, I mean, you know, I love everyone on the town council. I think they're extraordinary human beings. On this body, you've got some real experts in the field, between engineers and planners, and I mean, real experts in the field. And it just, it seems to do disservice to the applicant not to have a complete and forward-looking application. But go ahead, Mr. Wilkins, and I'm glad you're here this morning.
Thank you, and I really like the way you run meetings, too. To your credit.
well, thank
no,
you.
You inject humor and personality, and I
Yep.
think that's a real added
Thank you.
benefit. The applicant's strategy is not up to me or to us.
Sure.
So I really can't comment on that. I'd asked Jason where it was. He said it was on top of the stack. I said, okay, great. If it's at all possible, have it hit the 14th. If at all possible, the 14th. When I say at all possible, that means notifications are going out appropriately and that sort of thing, and assuming the package is as complete as an applicant can make it for this board to consider. If it's insufficient, then that's noted here. My overriding point here was that the applicant has a right to process. Good, bad, controversial or not, the applicant has a right to the due process, and that's what we're here for. So that's the whole context of my logic here.
Yeah, I understand. I guess when I sent out a message after I reviewed it, and I said, I don't think we have enough information in front of us to approve or deny. It's absent. Like I said, maybe the applicant will fill in all the blanks for us. We'll see, but thank you very much.
That was my,
and thanks
if at all
for
possible.
hearing my concern.
Oh,
It's
sure
just,
thing, absolutely.
just was concerning. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkins. And it's
Anita,
nice
if
to
I-
have you here.
If I could maybe comment on that, just
Sure.
since you're bringing it up, I was reserving that for later, but just to give everybody a little background, I was reading this weekend, and I wasn't a happy camper. I was very, very frustrated. Valentine's Day today, woke up in a good mood. My kids were in a good mood, so I figured put a smile on my face
You
and we'll
got a
see how
little
this
kind
goes.
bar.
Yeah, but where I feel we're at is I have two children, and I'm sure many of you have children, and they bicker, and then they come to dad, and we have to be the arbiter. We have to decide. It's very frustrating when we're debating semantics and what the facts are, and it's hard to get to the core issue.
Policy.
And that's where I find myself right now is, at least from the substantive issues, I feel comfortable. I can read between the lines. Is there data missing? Definitely there's data missing. And hopefully the applicant can fill that in. And if it's provided as part of testimony, we can say we have a complete record. But right now, I'm frustrated and I'm concerned because we're going to have more and more important cases come before us in the future. And when you work in other jurisdictions, and I want the public to understand that, is applicant submits their application and staff goes through a sufficiency review, meaning that they look at the application, any questions they have, any comments that need to be addressed, they provide that, and sometimes it can go 3 rounds of sufficiency review before the application is complete. Once you're found sufficient, you go to public hearing. And you don't necessarily need to agree on all the items. You can agree to disagree and make your argument as an applicant that we believe we have met all the requirements of your application. We'll agree to disagree on this item, and we'll debate it at public hearing. That's not what I'm seeing here. I'm just seeing that there's a lot of information missing, and we've made it to the hearing. So it's frustrating that this has even made it to us. And I'm kind of torn between due process, and hopefully the attorney can discuss that issue also as to why they're here today and why they push forward from a due process standpoint. And in trying to basically put this case behind us, because it's been going on for many, many years. So part of me would like to see resolution today, but part of me is not convinced that we have all the information to do so.
Madam Chair, I asked that question because people are asking me that question.
I understand.
So I'm not basing my decision on that answer, but I thought it should be public record of what's going on.
I understand.
And given the circumstances after Ian, we're all looking after money, and I thought it was an important question to ask.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, John.
I'll go in reverse order. If we can provide to this body, to anyone who asks, it's a matter of public record, what we spend, what this town spends on legal fees on me and my firm, including this matter. I believe that over the years, Mr. Rood has made a series of public records requests in that respect. And so I don't know if that number that I gave is absolutely correct, but that's my general recollection. What I can tell you is that for each and every year that we've served as your city attorney, we were within budget as established by the town council.
But John, I'm going to stop you because
But-
it's
and
just,
it's not
it is
beyond,
not relevant
you know,
to this case.
as far as the actual litigation.
Yes.
To Mr. Vanessa's question very early on, there's only one pending lawsuit that involves the town of Fort Myers Beach and the applicant, and that's with regard to the pending appeal before the 11th Circuit Court on the ADA matter. Actually, in the underlying FDEP administrative litigation, very early on, the applicant made a motion to dismiss the town, that it lacked standing, and ultimately, if you read through the final order, the court finds that the town didn't have standing. So technically, the town was thrown out of that lawsuit almost from the beginning, because it had retroactive application. The court did find the town didn't have. That's final. That's done. Never's been appealed. That was between the Florida Audubon, the town, and FDEP and Mr. Rood. That's it. There's no other litigation involving the town currently pending with respect to this property. There's a separate lawsuit between the state and Mr. Rood and Mr. Kramer over ownership that the town is not a party to.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'll let the applicant come forward. Good morning. Or are we at afternoon yet? Are we at afternoon?
No, still morning.
Still at morning.
Thank you. How many do I need to have for 7? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so one got messy, so I'll keep the messy one. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jason.
For your reference.
I love these clips.
So ladies and gentlemen of the LPI, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to make a presentation here today for you. My name is Amy Petrick. I'm with Lewis Longman & Walker, and I represent the two applicants here, Texas Hold'em LLC and Squeeze Me In LLC. And we're here today, obviously, as you've been talking about, for two reasons. It's the special exception and then the variance. We are not here today on a reasonable accommodation request, and therefore the strict application of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act is not before you here today. We are traveling under your variance rules, specifically with respect to the disability issue, and then we're traveling under your special exception rules for the boardwalk as a whole. I'd like to...
Can I just stop you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean? You're traveling on... I don't understand what you mean.
So...
Did you all understand what she means? You did, Patrick? I did not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did you understand, Scott? No.
As a matter of federal disability law, if somebody has a disability and they say to a local government, I need an accommodation in order to enjoy the same rights in either a public space or in my home under your zoning code as anyone else, they can apply for something that is officially called a reasonable accommodation. And you see it all over. I practice very often on the East Coast. We see it a lot with, and you may be familiar with sober homes, where someone will ask for a reasonable accommodation to establish something that your code doesn't allow. And that is a process that's governed by the ADA. It requires the town to take certain actions. It requires the applicant to take certain actions. And the outcome of that, the decision, is called a reasonable accommodation. And so that is a separate kind of decision process that is available under federal law that is different than someone coming to you under your existing code. And your code says if you meet X, Y, Z, then you may be given different types of zoning approvals, in this case, a special exception and a variance. So we're not asking you to consider and apply the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act and issue to the applicants a reasonable accommodation as a specific type of approval. What we're asking for is the types of approval that exist within your code, which are the special exception and the variance. So I just wanted to provide that context because the town attorney read out of the ADA lawsuit, which had to do with whether a reasonable accommodation should or should not have been given. You're not being asked to issue a reasonable accommodation here today. That's not what the request is, and that's not what is before you.
But it's in your application.
Not for a reasonable accommodation, for a variance. And so we're going to go through the variance criteria. That's what we're asking about. We're not asking for reasonable accommodation under the federal law. If we were asking for that, then the application would read very differently. It would apply, there are a variety of guidances that are issued by by HUD, the federal HUD, and so that would have been the criteria for issuance. The criteria that we have applied under is your variance criteria. So I just wanted to make that clear because I think it can get a little confusing.
Thank you.
So obviously, there's been some discussion with respect to what your record is, what your proper record that is in front of you. And so I would like to provide a little bit of context for this application. As they say, timing is everything, and this application was filed September 22nd, which y'all definitely know that time in life. It was just a few days before Hurricane Ian hit. So some of the information that you're wanting to have in front of you would not have had the same relevance when the application was made because the hurricane hadn't happened. So in this presentation, if we were in your town hall, this would be on a screen. This is my PowerPoint. You will see images, most of which are from prior iterations of this project, all of which represent things that are in your town record. Y'all have thousands of pages of information from us, and so we're going to highlight the things that are the same, and then there are a couple of images that you will hear testimony to support, showing how the old stuff relates to where y'all find yourself now as a town. And so, this application is 5 months old. Your development services folks, I'm sure, have been absolutely swamped given the extraordinary circumstances that y'all find yourself in. And so they're attempting to react to kind of the situation on the ground, and we are too. And so I appreciate you letting me show you the information in the PowerPoint format, and you will hear testimony to support the various pieces of it. So the first question that I heard, and I think it's a good place to start, is what is the context with respect to the state case and the state authorizations? And just to remind everybody about what happened in the state case. The applicants went to the state for, in essence, 3 different things. They went to the state for an environmental resource permit, and that's something that you have to do when you are proposing to develop in an environmentally sensitive area like a beach or a dune system. They also asked for a CCCL permit, the Coastal Construction Control Line permit, which addresses a lot of the constructability issues of the dune walkover, and there's actually an entire publication that they give you when you want to do a dune walkover on the beach, and so you walk through all the criteria within that guideline, which was part of that case. And then the last thing that they did was they asked for proprietary authorization in order to build the dune walkover to the extent that the dune walkover is on state property. And so I'm going to take a couple of these issues out of order just because I'm trying to be responsive to the questions that y'all asked. And if you are kind of wanting to follow along, if you look at the PowerPoint page 4, it looks like this.
Yep.
Somebody had asked a question about how does the proposed walkover and the critical wildlife area boundary interrelate. And so what the image that I'm showing you shows is the red area reflects the boundaries of the critical wildlife area. The green line represents the original design of the dune walkover when it was initially conceived years and years ago. And then the brown line reflects what the state-approved walkover would look like. And so what you can see is that this project is entirely outside of the boundaries of the critical wildlife area. And that was something that came about as a result of the case that we worked on. Now, and I apologize, maybe it's just easier to try and keep it in a context as much as possible. So the image that you see on page 4, which incidentally has been presented to both you and the town in the past in prior iterations, so this is not a new image or a new document. And what it shows is that the walkover goes over two of these water features, and it lands on dry land on the other side of the most seaward water feature. Now, one of the questions that naturally one would ask, given where we find ourselves today, is what does this area look like now in comparison to when this image was taken? And so for that, I'd refer you to the PowerPoint page, which is marked page 6, and it looks like this, 2023-2018. And what you'll see is on the right-hand side is that original aerial image showing the two water features and then the dry land. And then on the left-hand side, what you will see is what that image looks like in an aerial taken in 2023. And you will hear testimony from the applicant saying that the image from 2023 does actually reflect the current conditions of their property and what is waterward of their property in terms of things between them and the Gulf. The next page, again, kind of orients us to where we are in the condition. On the right-hand side, what you will see is the survey. This survey is part of the application, and it shows how the boardwalk relates to the two upland lots, Lot 19 and Lot 20. To the left-hand side is an excerpt from a letter that was issued and it digitally signed and sealed by that same surveyor, advising the applicant that the surveyor was able to go stake the property in the project area and was able to determine that there were not significant deviations from the existing conditions to when the survey was developed as part of the project originally. So what we know now is that from an elevation perspective, from a survey perspective, we are in the same condition as we were when the project was initially developed. That letter has been provided to Mr. Green. You will see that that letter is dated February 12th of 2023. The reason for that is because the staff comments, while they're dated February 3rd, were received by the applicants on February 11th after 5 p.m. And so we have moved quickly to respond to the questions, but that is why you're seeing it in this context. And again, you will hear from the applicant explaining what he asked to be done and what his understanding is that has been done. The next slide, again, this is information that we were able to divine from y'all's public record. This is an image from y'all's consultants who have been conducting emergency beach renourishment analysis of this area, specifically to determine if beach renourishment is required as a result of the terrible hurricane that came through. And this image, which has been annotated, but which comes from y'all's consultant, indicates that at markers 208 and 209, which is where we are in this project vicinity, that there is no emergency beach renourishment being proposed. And so again, this is just further information to let you know that for the purpose of this project, thankfully, the hurricane has not substantially changed the physical features that we're attempting to deal with in this project. So I'd like to turn you now back to the page before. This is the one that has the survey and the letter. And kind of take a little bit of a detour in the project application presentation to address the question of ownership, and in doing so to also address the question of setbacks. What you will see in the survey is that the upland lot that has been developed as residential, you'll see them all in a row, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is the applicants own lots 19 and 20. And so where those numbers are, the 19 and the 20, that's where the houses would be. And then you see a line that kind of bisects the lots horizontally, and then past that is where the boardwalk is built. At this moment in time, the state lays claim to that property. The property lines are drawn out within this survey to reflect the interrelationship of the upland lots and their riparian rights to the sandy space, which the state has asserted ownership, and incidentally, which the town has made representations that it is on the state side, if you will, regarding ownership. And so this application, as the applications before it, has traveled under the notion that until the quiet title action that is pending addresses the issue of who owns the accreted land, at this moment, the state is saying that it owns it. And so that's why the applicants went to the state as part of those 3 authorizations that we talked about and got that proprietary authorization to build the boardwalk, the dune walkover. And they were given a lease. That lease was issued by DEP and is available for execution for the applicants should they receive their local government approval. And it allows them, just like if you were going to lease an apartment, it allows them to use the property for the purpose of this walkover. So that's how the ownership works. It is contested, it is the subject of a lawsuit, but at the moment, the application assumes for the purpose of the application, as we did in the DEP case, we assume for the purpose of application that this is state land.
Question.
Yes.
Question with what you just stated. I understand the logic behind your argument.
Yes.
In my packet, I've got 2 surveys, okay?
Yes.
The mean high water line is where the property ends, and the mean high water line is a 2014 mean high water line. My understanding is that has shifted, correct?
Well, mean high water line is an ambulatory line that will always shift. When it is shown for purposes of something like a survey for this kind of purpose, it's shown in essence for informational purposes. It doesn't change the underlying proprietary authorization that the applicants received.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Not completely, because what you're showing right now on this survey, again, I hear what you've said, that the state is laying claim on it. You guys are going through basically a land lease to allow to put the boardwalk. Fully understand that.
That's right.
But what we have in our packet is a survey where the boardwalk is fully within the applicant's land. And I'm wondering, why weren't we given anything else? And why weren't we given evidence of this going back and forth with the state with regards to this lease?
So all of that is within the town record. The town absolutely
okay.
has these materials.
And then when you say the record, and you mentioned that a second ago, with regards to the aerial photography you gave us,
That's right.
I can tell you that in my packet, and I wasn't there the first iteration when this came before this board. I've seen this because Mr. Rue provided it to me.
Yes.
Again, that's not part of the record. That just, we met on site, and he provided that to me. As part of the record, that's the first time I'm seeing it. And I'm trying to understand, and that's what the question I was asking and hoping to get clarification. When we say what's on the record, Is it the previous application in 2014? And if, in my mind, if those materials were not submitted again with this application, that's a different application. That's not part of the record.
Correct.
That's the way I see it. So if you could maybe opine on that.
So the application that was presented or provided this go-round, which the applicants were instructed to do, identifies that the project is the same project. And so, to be quite candid, it was not a law firm product, it was a client product in terms of what was presented physically, but they indicated, is my understanding, that this is the same project. We are traveling under the same design, the same authorizations, everything is the same. And that's why they didn't physically repaper the file, but it's certainly material that the town has had. And when you reapply for an application for an identical project of this sort, you simply update the materials, at least in other jurisdictions that I practice in. So when I saw that, they had given just these, these base materials, it didn't shock me because, for the town to do this, when you're saying, I'm giving you exactly the same application, this is the same project, we're asking for the same thing. I don't know why the town chose to packet the materials in the way that it did. That's a staff decision. And it certainly isn't something that the staff asked the applicant, hey, can you just physically re-give us all of the material? I understand you're asking for the same project, but we want you to physically submit hundreds of pages. The applicant absolutely would have done that.
But madam, it's your application. It is not the town's application. It's your application. You have the obligation to present the information to us, not the town. The town responds to your application. Mr. Herron, did you have a comment?
Yeah,
You
Mr.
raised your
Vanessa
hand.
is correct. Staff reviews what the applicant provides us. It's the applicant's responsibility to submit a full and complete application. What happened at the public hearing process years ago is not what we're here for today. It's a new application. We advised the applicant that they were entitled to submit a new application. It doesn't automatically revert back to what took place years ago because that was a separate public hearing, which is final. It's not, that's the view of staff. I'll defer to Mr. Green, but I think that's the reason why the sufficiency letter was provided.
And again, the sufficiency letter was received by the applicants this past Friday after 5 p.m. This has been pending for 5 months. If there was a misunderstanding as to whether or not things needed to be repapered for the exact same project, respectfully, advising the applicants 5 p.m. the week before the application is being heard by the LPA on a Friday is not something
That's
that I've
when we got the
experienced.
information as well, just so you know. That's when we got the information as well.
So, Jason
Yeah.
Green, Community Development, I don't want to get into this back and forth, but frankly, the applicant asked for this date. We advertised and began review of the packet. It was on the list, top of the pile to begin reviewing, but because of the compressed timeline for advertising and getting to this hearing, that's what would have happened. If they wanted to have been in March or April, this process would have been a little bit more typical. But frankly, they asked for this date, and so we had to comply and get everything done for you to be able to get this information. So I understand and knew that would be an issue for the applicant getting this information, but they asked for the date before receiving any comments. Never got a request for comments, never got a request, when are we going to be reviewed, just we want to be on the February date.
And I'm bringing this up because, again, I'd like us to reach a conclusion. And right now, I haven't voiced my opinion whatsoever as to where I stand. However, I caution the applicant that if you put us in a situation where we don't have sufficient information to make a decision, we're not going to be able to render that decision today. And again, if you explain to me from a legal standpoint that what was previously submitted should be part of the record, that's one thing. But I'm not hearing that. So at least in my mind, it's still, that was a separate application. This is a separate one. There's information missing. Hopefully you can cover all those things today, because if you do, that's part of the record, and I can make a decision on that. But right now, and the caution is, we may not be able to get to a decision, and what might make sense is to continue it and to address all those gaps. And that would allow us to do our job a lot better and could possibly be more favorable.
Well, since we've been here for a minute, maybe it's worth continuing through the PowerPoint, and then at the end, we can discuss process. It certainly is the case. There is pending litigation. The town is not a formal party. I think the town has an interest in the outcome. That case has been abated pending this application process, which is part of what has driven the timeline in this case, because the abatement only lasts for so long. And so there is some hesitation to pushing this out ad infinitum, because it will impact the state litigation with respect to ownership of this land, which, quite frankly, if the applicants can get the approvals that they need, then they will not need to quiet title, and nobody will have to address the very thorny factual issues of how this relatively unique pattern of accretion relates to title, not just for them, but for the state and for all the folks in this area. So that is not a criteria for issuance. It's not something that is specifically in front of you today, and I agree with what has been said about how it's appropriate to keep your eye on the ball of what your criteria are, but just so that you understand some kind of time and context for the applicant. And also, the town's not a party, but the town has been interested in what's happening in that quiet title action. Okay, so the image that you see on the page that we've been discussing, this survey that shows the dune walkover, shows kind of the configuration. It shows where this item exists in space. It shows that the elevations are not different. And one of the other things that it shows is that the walkover is entirely on property that is currently claimed to be owned by the state. And the reason why that is important is because if it were on the lot configurations that say 19 and 20, then that 25-foot setback would have practical implication, because 19 belongs to one person, 20 belongs to another person. But at the moment, everybody is proceeding under this application as though this is state land. And state land doesn't have the property lines drawn out to the water. And therefore, you don't have the setback application of 25 feet on either side. So when we get to the part where we're talking about the setbacks, that is not part of how this application has been developed, because everybody has traveled as though this remains state land for the purpose of the application. So I'm not going to read to you each of the special exception application considerations. That's been done for you by staff, but I want to walk you through what the applicants believe are the facts in this case that support their claim that they meet the requirements for special exception. I'm going to take the special exception first, and then we'll get into the variance. And of course, the first one is whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. Now, the changed conditions in this case absolutely do start with the fact that the shoreline is in an accretional pattern that is relatively unique to dune systems that are built around a pass the way that this area is. And there has been findings in the final order, which were part of your packet, talking about the accretional processes in this area. And some of those are reproduced for your ease of use on this page. Now, staff has said, well, the fact that the shoreline is accreting doesn't necessarily justify the application. What it tells you is that there are changing conditions, which is the beginning of the analysis. The conditions are definitely changing, and you really cannot say otherwise. The accretional patterns are graphically depicted on page 11 of the PowerPoint. And again, this is actually a town exhibit from prior iteration of this application. And you can see the dramatic differences that have happened in the area as a result of the accretion. So what does that mean for these specific homeowners? Well, the accretional patterns here caused a change in the way that this area was used, and it blocked beach access as a practical matter in 2015. You can see that on page 12, that there was beach access and now there is no longer. And so 19 and 20 are effectively waterlocked from the sandy area of the beaches as a result of these changing patterns. And that is what is necessitating them to find an environmentally sustainable way to reach the beach. The last changing condition is it's not a changing land condition, but it is a changed circumstance, and that is the failing health of one of the applicants. Now, the homeowner has a disability under the ADA. We're not asking you to issue a reasonable accommodation, as I said, but it certainly is a change in circumstance that is part of the application, that trudging through mud and water and vegetation will be physically difficult for one of the homeowners. And so if part of what the special exception criteria asks you to consider is, do we have a change in condition, a change in circumstance, then for a variety of reasons, the answer is yes. Okay, so the next item in the special exception application criteria is whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent of the comprehensive plan. Now, you've heard staff tell you why these specific policies do not mandate an approval, and I think that's true. They don't mandate an approval. What they show is that the strategy for addressing the homeowner's need for beach access that is employed in this application is consistent with the strategy that is identified in your comprehensive plan. So the requirement is for consistency. It's not a requirement that the comprehensive plan mandates the outcome. It's just that what you're doing isn't inconsistent with the plan. And that is true here. And in fact, staff has not said to you, this application is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. In all the iterations of this project, that has never been said and cannot be said, because dune walkovers are a well understood device in order to address beach accessibility in a dune system. And your comprehensive plan in a number of different places says that. Now, staff said in the staff report that the dune walkover will not address foot traffic in a way that supports the plan policies, which talk about dune walkovers as an appropriate device for addressing foot traffic. And specifically, it appears that staff's concern is that these are not publicly available. This will not be a publicly available dune walkover. However, DEP, in talking about whether this dune walkover benefits the dune system, made a number of findings. And those findings are binding on the town as to just those scientific factual issues. They are not binding as to how you apply your code or your plan, but the facts, though that information was solicited in part by the town through its challenge to the DEP permit, and they have to live with it just like we do. And so one of the things that the final order says is, the dune walkover will have a beneficial effect on the native vegetation in the immediate area. That is a fact. That was found after, I think it was like almost 2 weeks of expert testimony on this subject. So we all have to live with that. It says that
You could just wait 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on that basis alone.
Mhm.
I would see the benefit of protecting the vegetation if everybody walked over that. But to have 2 families walk over that and that be a benefit to the community, I question that that is helping a lot when you're going to go in and disturb to put in all of the other things. So, I mean, if it was open to the public and everybody used it, that would be protecting it. But to only have it be used by two people, I don't, that makes it hard for me to.
That specific issue was raised during the hearing, and that specific argument was made. And the DEP scientists and the expert consultants on both sides made argument, and the finding was made, the dune walkover as it was envisioned in the DEP permit, which was to serve the two homes, that it was to have a beneficial effect on the native vegetation. And so that was the finding. Again, there is, and it's ironic because the next box that you see on this image, I remember well, the argument was that if you create this pedestrian access through the dune walkover, then people will use it whether you let them use it or not, and therefore you're actually creating an attractant to the area that we don't want. At the time, that was what the challengers were saying. We don't want people to be able to use it because then we think people will come to the area more. And the ALJ said, we don't think that's actually true, but what we think is that the existing pedestrian access will allow access in a much less disruptive and destructive manner. So the ALJ at that time was saying there is benefit for what exists now in terms of pedestrian access and not, it doesn't require and should not attract people from outside of this little neighborhood to come and use this area because it's close to the CWA. And at the time, the argument was, we don't want people near there. So that's the record that everyone has to live with. The next page just shows Miss Mills. She works for DEP. She is their, or was at the time, the regional scientist in the area. Said that the boardwalk would serve to minimize unrestricted and unchanneled foot traffic and direct traffic so that people are not using other manners that are not specifically defined, causing more adverse impacts through natural and sandy areas. So there are multiple things that are both part of your packet and in the record showing that the walkover as conceived does meet the requirements of your comprehensive plan, your goal, which is where you anticipate pedestrian access, you handle it in an environmentally sustainable manner by creating points of access that protect the dune, which is, it is a fact that this will do that. The last thing that I want to point out to you is that in 2017, DEP issued guidance. This is on their website, and it's called Building Back the Sand Dunes. They gave 3 strategies. How do you protect sand dunes? First one, use dune walkovers and designated beach access points to cross the dunes. Point of this is simply that this is a very well-established method for protecting sand dunes. So to the extent staff is saying, well, we don't know that it will do that. Yes, we do. The DEP final order tells us it will. DEP's guidance tells us that it will. This is how these things are done. So the next item is number 6, meeting or exceeding performance and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. So that's governed by 34-652E, which says that the town may approve with or without conditions the following structures. One of them is perpendicular walkovers on property when required to protect indigenous plant community and when elevation change exists. The survey shows there's an elevation change, and you can see it with your own eyes because you can see the water features and the vegetation. So it says you have to do it in accordance with 10.415B and with F below. So what does 10.415B say? Well, B2 is the one that speaks specifically to dune vegetation. B1 has to do with wetlands. And what it says is where pedestrians need to cross dune vegetation, perpendicular dune walkovers may be constructed in this open space at intervals of at least 150 feet to protect the vegetation. This is 150 feet or more away from any other dune walkover, as you can see plainly in both the images and on the survey. So we definitely meet that requirement. So now that we know that we meet 10.415B, then you move on to F. Well, so looking specifically at F2, it says that these dune walkovers must be state approved. And they are, because we have this state permit. If you look at the end of the final order, it says that the permits are to be issued. So you have in your packet evidence that the permits were obtained, and it must be constructed per the following. Okay, so it must be perpendicular, which means not more than 30 degrees deflection, as has been the case in prior iterations, and as you can see on the surveyed image that I showed you earlier, it's less than 30 degrees. And it must not be within 150 feet of another walkover. Again, the graphic imagery that is part of the application demonstrates that has been met. It must be embedded posts sufficient for stability, not encased in concrete. That is already part of the CCL permit requirement. It is condition 6 of the CCL permit requirement that it not be embedded in or that it must be based on posts, and that it's not encased in concrete. And so that is part of the project. It cannot exceed 4 feet for single-family homes or 6 feet otherwise. This is the subject of the variance that we'll be talking about later. Now, having said that, the language itself says 4 feet for a single-family home, 6 feet otherwise. What is being proposed here is 5 feet. So your own code contemplates that, depending on the use, it can be as much as 6 feet. So it is not in violation of what your code contemplates as being the potential maximum, and that will have application when we talk about the variance later. So moving on, in F2, D says it must be elevated at least 2 feet, not more than 3 feet from highest elevation point, and must extend to the seaward toe of existing dune and dune vegetations. I have provided Mr. Green with a plan elevation that is the same plan elevation as before. He has this, and I've asked for him to append it to the record, which visually depicts what permit condition number 6, which is what you see on the right-hand side of slide 20, which says, the dune walkover shall be set at a minimum elevation for stringers and cross members to be installed without requiring excavation of existing dune topography. So that addresses the elevation issue. And graphically, you will see that the elevations are consistent with this requirement. And then the question about must extend to the seaward toe of existing dune and dune vegetation. This is a very important thing because you've heard staff say many times about, well, we don't know where it's going to land, what's going to happen with where it's going to land. And the thing I'm about to tell you has been the case the entire time. It's actually in the CCCL permit and is generally how DEP does these things. So it's nothing special about these applicants. This is how this works. It says that the optimum siting of the walkover structure shall be determined by the staff representative of the department during the pre-construction conference to provide maximum protection to the existing dune topography and vegetation located on the site and to avoid interference with public access. And so the, hold on a second. In the survey, let me just go back to that page. I apologize for having to bounce around a little bit. The depiction of where the boardwalk ends is a graphic depiction that is based on the general expectations of the parties, but what DEP does when they go out there is they look at the conditions and they tell you, this is where you should end in order to clear the dune vegetation, and in order to maximize protection of the dune resource. So it's the entire process in terms of where it ends is built into how the CCCL building permit process works. And so you already have permit requirements in order to protect that existing dune and dune vegetation and make sure that the terminus location is where it's supposed to be. Okay, so E, it should be constructed in a manner that minimizes short-term disturbance to the dune system. The CCCL permit already requires this. You have to replace disturbed vegetation. The CCCL permit already requires this. You can't construct during turtle nesting season. The CCCL permit already requires this, and it cannot be attached to another structure. It's never been a part of the application for it to be attached to another structure. It is the standalone structure. And to this extent, one of the things that I think is important to acknowledge, I heard staff say at one point that the ADA issue raised questions about how it would be built and the ramps and all of that kind of stuff. In the final order, what you will see is that the design of the walkover was always contemplated to address the progressive disability of one of the applicants. And so instead of having stairs, it is ramped on either side and has always been. And it was the ramped condition that was evaluated during the DEP case. And in fact, the ALJ made a finding with respect to the ramps, saying that it was less likely to cause debris in the event of a storm because it was ramped. And so there's nothing new about the ADA part of this application that addresses any of the constructability concerns of the walkover, because not only has it always been part of the application, but it was actually part of the case. And we went through at least a day and a half of actual expert testimony, which is reflected in the order, which is part of your packet, talking about the frangibility of the walkover and whether or not having ramps at both ends would impact the constructability of the walkover from a dune protection perspective. So I just want to make sure that that has been made clear. Okay. So we've now exhausted 6. We've identified for you what the performance and locational standards require. Moving on to 7, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. DEP made specific findings that this will protect and preserve the existing natural resources. They specifically said this will have a beneficial effect on the native vegetation. They specifically said that meeting the beach and dune guidelines for walkovers meant that the constructability of this project was appropriate for the protection of these this kind of dune system. So the idea that the applicant hasn't provided data, the DEP final order is the data showing that experts duked it out over a 2-week period, and the final conclusion was yes, the environmental protection is a component of this project. Now, number 8, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. Again, in DEP, Mr. Herron indicated to y'all that the town petitioned to challenge these. One of the pieces of standing that the town said, one of the issues that the town said gives the town standing in that case was that the dune walkover could break up and cause harm to property and persons on either side of it. That was why the town said that it had standing to contest the permits in the first place. And Mr. Hernstadt testified, Mr. Green testified, and at the end of it, the ALJ said there would be no damage to persons or property as a result of the proposed walkover. And so we know that the way that this is proposed is not going to harm property or persons next to it. It is designed exactly as the state has told us to design walkovers of this nature. It is also, as we've said, consistent with the town's plan, which generally encourages walkovers. It's consistent with the DEP guidelines for how they're supposed to be done, and it's consistent with what the final order's findings were. More importantly, as you can see on the next couple of slides, boardwalks, dune walkovers, are not unique. They exist elsewhere within your EC district, or they have up until now. So the last piece of the puzzle, whether a requested use will be in compliance with applicable general zoning provisions and supplemental regulations pertaining to the use set forth in the chapter, because dune walkovers are so expressly addressed within your code, those performance and locational standards, that's actually in a section called supplemental regulation. So all of the specific things I've just shared with you, that is what your zoning code says for dune walkovers. Dune walkovers are allowed if they're perpendicular and they meet the constructability requirements. And as I have just shared with you, as permitted by the state, This one does. And so I've explained to you the side setback issue. So unless you have questions on the special exception, I'm happy now to move into the variance.
Does anyone have questions on this, on the special exception? Don? Pat?
Nope.
Jane? Jim?
I think maybe I'm confused. I think you referenced a couple of times that you weren't asking for a reasonable accommodation under ADA. You're just referring to it, but the actual narrative on the application says the applicant, Mr. Root, is a disabled person as defined by ADA, which requires a special exception to construct a walkover as a reasonable accommodation for him. So it seems like that is not consistent with your statement that there's not a reasonable accommodation request here.
Yeah, I think when the client drafted the narrative, he was speaking colloquially, I cannot say that word.
It's a toughie.
It is, right?
It is.
Using the term accommodation. What I can tell you is that if you ask for a reasonable accommodation, that is a separate process. You don't ask for a variance as an accommodation. You don't have to do that because you have the variance as an available method of receiving relief within your code. You ask for a reasonable accommodation when you can't get there under your code. And so that's the point I was trying to make before, is the fact that that one of your citizens has a disability and is asking for you to allow him to have his boardwalk be 1 single foot wider in order to accommodate a mobility device is appropriate for consideration under your variance process before you ever think about invoking federal law. Because under federal law, you could give an accommodation to things that even violated your comp plan, things that violated the building code. I mean, the federal law trumps anything at the local and state level.
The special exception is the linchpin that you have to get to before we even worry about the variances.
That's right. And so I've completed my comments with respect to the special exception, and I'm about to move into the variance unless you have further questions. But the variance is really the thing that's directed to the need for mobility device, because really the only thing that is different about the walkover that is prompted by the disability issue is the single extra foot of width.
Doug or Scott?
So I have a question with regards to number 7 on page 22. It seems that you've demonstrated that this will be a benefit. I'm more looking at the public benefit. Does your client, is he willing, or are they willing to open it up to, I wouldn't say the entire island, but that neighborhood, at least for public benefit, so that people won't be trouncing through there?
So as you may recall, this came before both the LPA before and to the town, and the applicants at that time said that they were absolutely willing to work with their neighbors to accommodate use of the walkover in order to channelize that foot traffic just the way the DEP final order said. They have not offered some specific limitation on real estate simply because they want to engage with their neighbors to make sure that whatever the agreement is amongst the parties appropriately deals with maintenance and security and all the things. And that's very hard to do, to legislate within a permit. But they are absolutely open to reasonable use within the neighborhood-specific context. They have not wanted to do something that creates a generalized public access, mostly because this is in their backyard and there isn't a sufficient pathway on either side of the houses to really accommodate the general public coming in and out of an area that is supposed to be protected and is not really intended to be a public attractant to begin with. But for the neighbors, they're definitely willing to explore reasonable opportunities to get them there.
That's it? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now we're talking about the variance, and as I have indicated before, I think the important thing about the variance is that The variance isn't as to the walkover in its entirety. It is the only thing that we're asking to vary from is the town's interpretation of whether or not you travel under the 4 feet or the 6 feet. 4 feet is for a single-family home, and this is a shared walkover, and so the initial application applied the 6 feet, and staff decided that it did not want for the 6 feet to apply even to a shared walkover, and so asked for a variance application, and the applicants have acceded to that request, and so that's why that's in front of you. They're not asking for the full 6 feet, and so that's important because the question is whether or not they're asking for the minimum that is required in order to accommodate what is being requested. The 5 feet is the minimum that is required for the assistive device, and you will hear from Mr. Rood himself, who can give you that firsthand testimony that for the kind of assistive devices he anticipates needing, 5 feet is the minimum that would be required. But backing up a little bit, the code under 3487 subsection C sets forth the criteria for a variance. The first one is whether or not there are exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances inherent to the property and the variance is de minimis. Well, the circumstances, as we've been talking about ad nauseum, have to do with the very unique topography of this area and the existence of this dune system that requires protection. And so that is the thing that kind of stimulated the special exception. The need for the extra foot is simply because of the disability of one of the homeowners. And so is that an exceptional circumstance, and is it de minimis? Well, it's de minimis because it doesn't even reach your maximum level under that code provision. If this was a multifamily, they would be entitled as a matter of right to go to 6 feet. They're not even asking for that, even though there are multiple single-family homes that will be accommodated by this particular variance exception. So C2, is the need for the variance not the result of the applicant's action? Well, I don't think anybody would say that somebody's disability is their fault. And basically this is, and you see it in all sorts of variance criteria everywhere around the state, is it a self-inflicted harm? I don't think anybody's physical condition is a self-inflicted harm. For 3, is it the minimum to relieve the applicant of an unreasonable burden? Well, it's 5 feet is the minimum. You're going to hear that from the applicant himself, and it will allow him to use an assistive device to get out to the sandy beach. And so we think that well meets that requirement. For C4, will it not be injurious to the neighborhood? Well, as I said, the DEP final order addressed the potential for damage to persons and property as a result of this walkover, which was contemplated at 5 feet, so that's what DEP was looking at. Addressed it very specifically and very expressly and found that it would not do that. They would not have issued the CCCL otherwise. And then the C5, is the condition so general or recurrent as to require general regulation? This property is unique. It is unique with respect to its access to beach access. The persons on one side have direct beach access through the rake area. The persons on the other side are bounded by the CWA. Nobody is in their same situation, and so you would not regulate this problem out of existence. And then, of course, someone's disability is an individual condition, and so adding another code provision isn't going to fix this problem. This is a very specific problem to this joint application. Consequently, the variance request meets all of your requirements in subsection C, and we respectfully request that you grant the special exception and then grant the variance, or not grant it, but recommend approval of the two, and allow all of these parties who have spent so much time working on this very, at the end of the day, it's not an extraordinary structure in terms of, size. Like I've seen neighborhoods be built with less litigation and let people move on. I mean, just as a personal point of privilege, I live on the East Coast, and coming over here, my heart goes out to each and every one of you, what you've been through. And so, I'm really hopeful that these folks can move forward in a collaborative fashion, and everybody can get to healing with what you've had to suffer through. And I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Yes, Doug.
I have some commentary, I guess. I think number one is the variance is kind of a minor side issue compared to the exception. I think 5 feet wide is not unreasonable for something like this. I think if Mr. Rood and his neighbor were to extend the privilege of this boardwalk to their neighbors, in that I guess it's sort of a subdivision there with something like 9 homes, then it would qualify as multi-use, I suppose. But I also note that I think ADA only requires 32 inches for a wheelchair, or I think those mobility devices are also made to that same standard. So that's just a point of observation. I'm not
And Mr.
against a 5 foot wide. I'm just saying I don't see where that's ADA.
That issue came up specifically in the DEP case, and the 5 foot wide, as I recall, had to do with the turning radius of the mobility device. So it wasn't just kind of in and out, it was to be able to turn around and get back. But you can hear from the applicant directly.
Yeah, so you can make a U-turn, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right.
And I also know from other projects I've been involved in that you'll have to have, which is a minor thing, you don't necessarily need the hand railings, but you'll have to have a curb, like a 4x4 on the edges so that the wheels can't roll off. But that's not a big deal, I don't think. However, all that said, this is a minor issue compared to the special exception, which is a much bigger issue.
Thanks,
I do
Doug.
have a question.
Go ahead, Jane.
In the lease
Yes.
of this, does it handle the maintenance and life of this project?
So the proprietary authorization is for the land, and then the CCCL permit requires maintenance. And so the specific applicants are required to maintain, and there are even general conditions for, because the way that these kind of walkovers are intended to be built is as if you have a catastrophic storm like what y'all unfortunately know about, to be tearaway structures. And so there, all of that is addressed within the CCL permit.
So does that run with these 2 current properties, or does it run with these 2 current owners so that their heirs have to maintain it? Or is it with the property as it's sold, the new owners have to take over the lease?
The requirements of the permit, as I understand it, run with the land.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do you have additional testimony you'd like to
We
present?
do. I'm sorry.
Please, no, go right ahead.
If Mr. Kramer and Mr. Rood could
Sure.
approach, I'd love for them to be able to speak to you directly.
Mr. Rood or Mr. Kramer, whoever'd like to go first? I don't know if we're still in morning or afternoon, but good morning or afternoon, whichever is relative.
You bet, you bet.
Not there yet.
My name's Kurt Kramer, and I'm managing member of Squeeze Me In. And we've been deep in the weeds here today, and I got to believe everyone's wanting to ask me the question, why do I keep doing this? Why have I been this? Why have I been into this for 6 years? You know, why is it so important? And so I'm going to take you back to 2011. And I'm sitting in my chair at home, and my wife's watching a TV show, and I'm on my laptop, and I'm on Realtor.com. And it was after the 2008 bubble, and it's 2011, and I've never seen so many houses for sale in Fort Myers Beach. And so what I did is I started at the top of the island, and Realtor.com allows you to go right down the line of what's for sale, you know, on the island. And what I noticed is the prices on the east side of Estero Boulevard are half the price of the houses on the west side of Estero. And I really wanted a beachfront property. That was my goal. So I continued to go down through each individual property, And at the end of the island on 8170, I found a short sale house for sale. And when I did my research and I looked on the maps, I could open up Lee County GIS, and the property was beachfront. The ocean was right next to it, okay? And everything I saw on it was that I was buying a beachfront property. And so we bought it, and it's too early for me to retire, so I decided I'm going to go ahead and rent it during the time. And so we enjoyed it during spring breaks and summers and Thanksgivings. And it was fine from 2012, 13, and 14. I could go out my backyard, down a little trail, and off to the sandy beach and get to the beach. And everything was just fine. Well, in 2015, our neighbor decided that access, he didn't like all the people coming through it. He closed it up and something changed, right? I no longer could get out my back door to the beach. I had to go up to the sidewalk, down the street, through an empty path, and into the, down through the, basically where the birds, nest. And so we got together with my neighbor and decided, hey, a beach walkover, a dune walkover could really solve this. And so I didn't know it at the time, but I found out later that beach access from your beachfront property is actually a right, okay? And I'm going to ask everyone to Google, okay, Florida Statute 253, Section 141. And I'm going to read to you the very first line. And the very first line is riparian rights defined. Riparian rights are those incident to land bordering upon navigational waters. They are the rights of ingress, egress, boating, bathing, and fishing, and such others as may be and have been defined by law. And so that line is why I'm here for 5 years, because I look at it as a right. And so, so the FDEP, as we got to know them, also understands that as a right. And so what they've come up with, because so many people are going to be crossing those dunes, getting to the beach, is that they have a whole beach and dune walkover guidelines. It's about a 5-page document that defines how to use these in this type of environment, okay? In 2017, I'd like to ask everyone to Google this, Building Back the Sand Dunes. This is a 2017 publication where on the 3rd page, number 3, things you can do to protect the sand dunes. Use dune walkovers at designated beach access points to cross the dunes. And so DEP looks at it as a benefit to the environment. Flash forward, September 30th, Saturday night, Ian had hit. Nobody was allowed back on the beach. I was in Indiana, and just dying to know what my house looked like. You know, what's salvageable? What am I going to have, right? And so I sat down, in a lounge chair and had a glass of wine, turned on Lester Holt, NBC News. And guess whose house was the poster child for Hurricane Ian? It was plastered. I mean, I stopped it on my DVR, and it showed my house. And I have pictures of, NBC News on there. But it said, it's gone. I saw it. We're all a part of this. I know each one of you had the same experience. But how it came to you and what you saw the very first time is just shocking, right? And so, so I knew it was gone. You could tell it was gone. And so the question comes back, why am I here? And the real point is, I still want beach access. And to actually get to the answer of this meeting today, whether or not I'm going to have beach access, actually will accelerate my interest in rebuilding on this lot. So it still is important. We have spent ungodly money. It's a right, okay? It's Florida state right. I feel it trumps everything. But at the same time, Eddie and I, for every stage, if there's an issue or we haven't supplied something or you want it 5 inches, or 2 inches higher, we'll work with you. We'll take that information. Give us that information, and we'll find a way to make it work. And in the end of this, I've got 4 of my neighbors sitting in here, which you will hear from them. We didn't put the idea that we will actually work with our neighborhoods in the application. I don't even know if I knew how to do that. But the last LPA meeting made it a condition of our special exception requirement, and we accepted that. And if you want to make it another condition, we had 7 neighbors to the north, and is that right? 7 neighbors to the west, and 2 neighbors to the east that could all be joined in this beach walkover, and we actually want them. We actually want them to be a part of it. So I'm open for questions. The other thing I should say, yes, I am the one who submitted the application as is. I'm hoping that within our presentation, the drawings that we made record of as of today are now part of our application. And I do believe that now hopefully we've satisfied many of the conditions and things that the town needs to be able to accept this today. And if there's not, again, we'll work with you to try to make this work.
Thank you, Mr.
Can
Kramer.
I help with any questions?
Does anybody have a question? Don?
Wheeler up?
Pat?
No questions.
Jane? Folks down here? No questions? Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry on the loss of your home.
I understand what you went through also. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Mr. Rude?
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
I'm assuming it's afternoon or right
I
close.
don't know.
3 more minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, so good morning still.
Mr. Rude, just say your
everyone-
name for the record. We all know who you are, but say your name anyway.
It's Eddie Rude, 8150 Estero Boulevard, I'm sorry. Everyone here is aware that this has been, just an ongoing thing that there are several sides to the story and opposite positions. The staff is doing what they're supposed to do. They are presenting their side of why they think that we don't meet the requirements of the special exception, which I'm assuming is their job. They're supposed to point that out for all of y'all's consideration. We, on the other hand, are trying to point out that we feel like that we do meet the criteria of the special exception. That it's not ever going to change. We could argue this forever. At some point, we've got to have a conclusion. Opinions aren't going to change. The opinion of the staff's not going to change. The opinion of Kurt and myself is not going to change. So that being said, I do understand that maybe we didn't completely understand what needed to be submitted. We thought that we were doing the right thing, resubmitting the same application. Hopefully, we provided enough additional information through Amy, that Amy presented, that it satisfied some of your questions and provided enough drawings and information to answer your questions. We have been willing to include our neighbors. It's a neighborhood of 9 homes that are stuck behind this water. We're not trying to destroy anything. We're not trying to do something that we don't feel that we don't have the right, that we're fighting for something that we don't have the right. We feel that we do have the right, and our neighbors support us. They feel like that we all have the right. This has been determined by the DEP to be a low-impact solution to assist this neighborhood in regaining the access back to the beach. We have the permits. We've had them. Y'all are aware of that. They're still in force. I do understand Mr. Herron's point. The town is not obligated to allow us just because the DEP says that it's a good project. And I understand that. But the bottom line is, it is the DEP's job, that is their regulatory authority, to determine what is good and what is bad for state-owned property and the environment in that state-owned property. That is the reason why the organization exists. And that being said, the information that they provide, we feel the town should listen to them. And there is a lot of other things at stake. We don't need to get into that. But with the walkover, it will satisfy a lot, I'm sorry, not satisfy. With the walkover, it will end a lot of the other problems that are involved in this. It will be an end to it, to the whole thing. We came before you. It was a different LPA. There's a couple of members that are here that were on it before. We presented basically the same information, and I know that doesn't mean anything today, but we got a 7-0 unanimous vote in favor of recommending this project the last time that we were here. It went to the council, and for their reasons, they didn't see it the same way, and they didn't follow the recommendation of the LPA. We have been asked to come back before you and to go through this process again in order to present it. We have a new LPA and we have a new council. And in order to present it to the council, we've been asked to come back through this process. And that's why we're here today. And so I ask, my neighbors ask, some of our neighbors are here. Typically there would be more neighbors, but they're displaced. The ones that aren't displaced are here. We ask you can always find reasons to disagree. You can always find reasons that, you know, this isn't correct or that's not right or you didn't provide this. It could go on forever. We're asking you, we come before you today and we ask you to have compassion on our neighbors, the people that are locked behind this pond, and agree with the DEP and allow us to move this project forward and to put it all behind all of us. The issues at hand, the things that the town is facing, the things that we're facing in our neighborhood, the things that Kurt is facing, are far, far more important to everyone than this walkover. This walkover, at this point, should be an insignificant piece of information. But it is not to our neighborhood. It's still extremely important, of utmost importance, to all of the people in our neighborhood. And we ask you today to vote to move this forward so that we can put this behind us and get it over with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rood. Questions for Mr. Rood?
Huh?
Oh, no.
I can't see it.
Okay. Amy?
Wait, he's
did
coming
you-
back
Oh,
for
I'm
something.
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, about the variance, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I got too caught up in the other. The variance. We were asking for the 5 feet because at this time, my physical condition is deteriorating fairly rapidly. I use a cane at times now, and there have been occasions where I've had to use a walker occasionally. That being said, it appears that I'm moving in that direction physically, beyond my control. The 5 feet, when we were in negotiations with the DEP, just to clear this up right quick, they suggested that there be turnouts. We didn't think that that looked good. We wanted something that looked good. We wanted something that was low profile, as small as possible, had the least amount of footprint as possible. And so I suggested to them that if it were 5 feet rather than 4 feet, that the extra foot would allow me enough room to navigate with a walker or something similar. And if I had to turn around, it would be enough room where I could turn around and not, be in danger of going over one side or the other. I'm uncomfortable talking about being disabled. I go to great lengths to hide it. In most instances, you look at me and you go, well, there's nothing wrong with him. You know what? I like that. That's what I want people to think. But nonetheless, I can't stop it. And at some point, it's going to overcome me. And during that time, this needs to be safe. It needs to be able to be, I need to be able to operate safely on it. If there is someone coming, there needs to be enough room for both people to pass going in opposite directions. So that was the reasoning and the request for the 5 feet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy, do you have anyone else who is going to speak as part of your presentation?
We don't have witnesses that we're going to call. We do understand that there's public comment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Amy. Jason, did you have any comments before we go to public comment?
No, I think the attorney, just to be clear, based on our staff report and the analysis, the policies didn't find that the applicant had proved that it was consistent with the comp plan, so therefore not consistent with the comp plan. She said I didn't state that, so I want to make sure that that was clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll open up the public comment. If you have 3 minutes to speak, if you would, when you come to the microphone, state your name for the record. Who'd like to be first? Mr. Man in the green shirt, who seems to be as cold as Jane.
Yes.
I
Just so you
gathered
know,
that.
the AC is set on 76, but it's
Now.
running at 68.
It has stopped, though.
I know, thank God.
I am so cold.
Me
I'm
too.
shivering. Yeah.
I could tell when you got up.
I tried to get closer to the window. Maybe it was a little warm.
It didn't help, though, did it? No.
It doesn't.
All right. Well, nice to see you.
Anyway, thank you for hearing us today. My name is Larry Denherter. My wife and I live at 8180 Estero, so we're neighbors to this project. And I rise today in support. And as a neighbor, we see a benefit to this walkover. After careful research and study, which the applicants have done a tremendous amount of, they have their permits in hand, so I would encourage you to accept this project. Walkovers are definitely a good solution. We enjoy the lagoon, the sensitive area, the vegetation, the wetlands, the marsh, and this is a way that we can get to the beach. So the question remains is, with the permits in hand, will you please support this action? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to speak? Yes, sir?
You're going to have to do a timer on this one, because this is,
You need 2 of those.
yeah.
I can now say good afternoon.
Yeah, yay.
It's been said 3 or 4 times.
Yep, I just saw it.
My name is Dennis Prock. I live at 8124 Estero Boulevard. I've lived in Grand Old Man subdivision full-time for over 20 years now, and I am a next-door neighbor to Eddie. When I moved here, the CWA did not exist between my property and the Gulf, and the beach was a short walk directly in front of my house before all the accretion. I watched it come. It just kept coming all the way down, and now it's gotten so wide. I walk the beach almost every day, and I'm very familiar with the location of the nesting birds and other wildlife in this area. I've attended many meetings with the Florida Wildlife and DEP in regards to the nesting birds and the condos down there, trying to see how to protect them and everything. And I am fully support the efforts to protect the birds in this area. I have listened and considered both sides of the issue, and I feel I need to speak out. I have worked with Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Florida Wildlife Commission for over 2 years, almost 3 years, to get a legal permit to trim the mangroves for all the houses in Grand Old Man subdivision. People are going out trimming on their own, not doing it right. I have a permit with them. I trim them every year according to their regulations. And the only reason I bring this up is I know from dealing with these agencies for 8 years now how critical it is to them to protect the environment and the birds, and how they do not want anything detrimental to the environment. I've heard arguments for and against this and all the media and press and everything, and I really feel that I need to give at least my opinions on this. The nesting birds from walking do not nest directly in front of us. They nest farther on down in the wide open sand. I spent a lot of time out there walking the beach with Ray when she was with the city, looking at the birds and talking about it. So I'm pretty familiar with where the birds nest at and how they nest. The walkover, another thing I've read is the walkover will allow predators to get on the protected area, the CWA. If you stand for Mile Lanai, you can see a patch of,
It's sad, but
Oh.
it's true.
Okay.
If you just go ahead and wrap your comments up.
well,
if you would, please.
I'm done. You can see where they can walk across. There's a huge area of dry land. I mean, they're not going to use a walkover when they can walk on dry land. I'm from Missouri. I know how coons walk.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Oh, thank you all.
I know how coons walk. That is priceless. Who else would like to speak, please? The gentleman is
One's up.
coming up. I
Hello.
know how coons walk. That's great.
I'm John Cameron. My wife and I own the house at 8098 Estero, and I'm here to support Mr. Rood. I have pictures right out in the back of my house where it was just beach, and it was beautiful. What happened? Well, we hear about accretion and that sort of thing. A pond formed. Now, if the pond had formed right there, or down further, or right out here, these big sand trucks would be sitting there filling it in. But they didn't do that for us. They let it be. And the ironic thing is I just got asked by this town to sign an easement so that you can fill in the areas down by the condos, when you won't allow us to have a damn walkover, pardon my language.
It's okay.
I think it's hypocritical, and I just don't understand what I perceive as animus for this project on the parts of certain people. Doesn't make any sense to me. Who knows better than the DEP what's safe and what isn't. Certainly not some planning board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Fire integration.
Who's next? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades, Audubon Florida, and Audubon Southwest Florida. I'm staff for Audubon Florida and Audubon Western Everglades, and I'm on the board for Audubon Southwest Florida. Audubon has been managing shorebird nesting protection programs and monitoring and research in this area since 2010. This has been a critical wildlife area since 1992. It's well established for its listed species habitat values and the beauty of the place. It's an important part of the island even after Hurricane Ian. I first want to just ask a priorities question, which is why are we talking about this right now when there are so many other higher priority issues for the town? This appears to us to be contrary to the public interest, and it shouldn't even be on an agenda. We should be talking about other issues. Audubon opposes approval of this request for a special exception based on several of the items that were raised already in the LDC Section 3488, items 1, 5, 7, and 8. Those have to do with the change conditions, growth management plan consistency, conservation and protection of natural resources, and compatibility and not causing public hazards. I think it's clear that the accretion has created habitat, and that's a good thing. It's sea turtle nesting and shorebird nesting. Our biologists, we have 2 biologists that recently have documented Wilson's plovers and snowy plovers habitat in the area where the terminus of this bridge would be. That's the snowy is a threatened species in the state of Florida. I also want to point out that the lagoon is a beautiful place. It's attracted large flocks of roseate spoonbills, so it's not just something to be tolerated or to be gotten around. It's a part of the natural features of this island and has its own beauty with wading birds and habitat value. The special exception conflicts with the listed species protection policies that are in the growth management plan and the LDC. And also under item number 8, Ian clearly demonstrated that when you put a permanent structure like this with the kind of winds that we got and the storm surge that we got, this is going to be a public hazard to people who live on the beach and nearby. So that's a problem. And I want to additionally point out that the DEP permit prohibits railings. That was brought up earlier. So it doesn't appear to us to be appropriate for disabled persons. There are also alternatives to putting a bridge. There's an actual walkway that's right in front of the applicants' houses that would bring them in onto the beach through an alternative that would be legal. And finally, I just want to point out that it appears to me, when I look at the permit, the construction permit, that it expired on May 1st of 2021. So I'm not sure that there's a permit that actually is valid from DEP right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Bruce Butcher.
Bruce Butcher, 8385 Lagoon Road. Hope to be back there soon. Just a comment about the previous speaker. He talked about using the walkway down the street from where Ed lives. He cannot use that. That's my walkway. It's deeded to Laguna Shores. It's a private walkway. Also, there's Corkscrew Sanctuary. Just happened to think about that. I think that has a huge walkway through the entire thing. And that's there as a sanctuary for birds and other wildlife. So what's good for there, I would assume it'd be good here. Years ago, I've got a lot of experience in the south end of Fort Myers Beach. We came down here in the 60s, my parents, for vacations. We'd stay at Leonardo Arms. We'd trudge through that lagoon. I hated to go to the beach because I hate muck. And that muck could come up halfway up to my knees. But we would trudge over there anyhow. We were kids, believe it or not. Then they bought a place in Estero Beach and Tennis Club when it was built in the 70s, and I'd come down here and we'd trudge through that muck. I always hated trudging through the muck. But it was worth it to get to the beach. But we were kids, so we could handle it. Today, I wouldn't want to go through that muck. However, I live in Laguna Shores, across the street, down the road from Ed. And we used to come up Tarpon Boulevard, or street, cross Estero Boulevard. There was a vacant lot there. We'd go across the vacant lot. We'd go down a couple of houses. Boom, we're on the beach. And we'd also just hang around the little lagoon there and catch shrimp for fishing, grass shrimp, I guess. But then somebody bought a new house, built a new house, put up a fence, tore out mangroves, replanted them, put up no passing signs, and destroyed the whole thing. So these guys were right. They used to be able to easily get to the sand. This guy changed it all. Instead of being a friendly place, the guy put up the big signs, no trespassing, and so on and so forth. So that spoiled it for a lot of us. But we still had our deeded access for Laguna Shores, and so now we go down there and get over. The birds do not nest frequently in that lagoon area. They're out there in the wide open sand, which is acres and acres of sand today. That's where they're at. This idea that this is going to disturb the wildlife, I think, is misplaced. So I'm all for these guys getting their walkover. It'd be good for them. And by the way, when I used to trudge through the lagoon, through the muck, some people would have little boats and kayaks, and what would they do? They'd go across and they'd pull them up on the wildflowers and all this and that and the other. And that doesn't help anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Anyone else like to speak? Penny?
My name's Penny Jarrett. I do reside on the beach, though I also lost my place, so we're all in the same boat. I came to live on Fort Myers Beach as the biological assistant for Florida Fish and Wildlife, monitoring our beach nesting birds in the critical wildlife area. So I have continued to walk that area pretty frequently and know it quite well. I kept hearing Amy's presentation and referring to a dune walkover. And if you look at a dune, it's a mound or ridge of sand or other loose sediment formed by the wind, especially along the sea coast. I personally do not think that what we have been talking about is a dune walkover. It is about 280 up to 300 feet long that goes over 2 lagoons and lands perhaps past the dune or near the dune. But what we are looking to protect and is almost this whole area, because the lagoons form part of that habitat. It's part of the foraging habitat for these threatened species, such as the black skimmer, the Wilson's plover, the least terns, and the snowy plovers move about. Just because there's a nesting area where the big beach is does not mean that these birds are not utilizing this entire area of the critical wildlife area as well as the lagoon. So I just want to point that out. To me, it's a bridge, and it goes over these lagoons. Call them water bodies, but they're lagoons. They are important pieces to a coastal habitat. I don't feel that this is in the town's best interest or a public interest, because this area is unique and it does provide habitat for a variety of birds besides the beach nesting birds. The migrating shorebirds are winter birds, and it's a very quiet area and it's unobtrusive. It's a very natural area, And you can talk to the tourists, you can talk to residents that do walk that area, and it's very different than any other part of the island. It's beautiful, it's natural, and to me, it behooves the town to keep it that way. I do think that we have learned the force of hurricanes. Other people have lived here through hurricanes. This was my first. It takes my breath away, and it's heartbreaking to drive up and down the island. And I just think that adding more of these structures, that it could set a precedence for more to come, is just going to add more dangers to our residents and tourists that have these things flying. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Penny. Is there anyone else who'd care to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Sue Patton again. Good afternoon. Hurricanes. I live in Maine besides living in Florida, and I overlook what is called Popham Beach. And in the 40s and 50s, there were 3 rows of houses on the beach. One hurricane took all the houses out. Those people had no house, no beach, no nothing. The second hurricane came, washed out the second row. The state finally decided that if any piece of property goes on sale, they would buy it and keep the whole area then beach property to maintain the beach. Unfortunately, the hurricanes keep pounding the beach. But a thought, you know, you see all this beautiful now land just on Estero Boulevard. Wouldn't it be nice that nothing would to be built? So just a thought. I'd love to see it, but we'll never see it in our lifetime. Most everyone that's here is elderly, and I feel very badly for this man that needs to get onto the beach. But probably 3/4 of the people that live on Estero Boulevard are somehow going to get to that point. So I'm more concerned about the precedent that the LPA will be setting in the future. This one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Are we going to have a beach with all these walkovers? Or do we just set up a public walkover for all those people that need to go? I notice there's a lot of land there that's not being built. Town buy it, and those people can use that walkover, or just walk to the beach. There's a public access. I think the most important thing here is not to listen to the lawyers. I try to listen. My son's a lawyer, but I get confused with them. They talk a different language. What do the residents want? And I think the residents of Fort Myers Beach really want to protect the beauty. And the beauty is the birds, the bees. Those spoonbills are gorgeous. We need to really think about that. And I feel badly that these people, you know, they used to have beachfront property and now they don't. That's the chances you take when you live on a beach. Everyone in this community knows, you know, we love this beach, but a hurricane came through and demolished 3/4 of it. But that's what we do when we live on a beach. Things do change, and we have to accept that or move away. And so the other thing is my husband is an engineer, and he knows it's all about the details. And when you put in an application, even if I had put it in before, I would have put that information in again. We have a whole new board. You don't know. And I think they really should have put in every single thing that they felt pertinent so that you guys could be prepared. I wouldn't want to make this decision now because you didn't really have a long enough time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sue. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I can't see you, but I saw a hand. Oh, Sherry, come up.
The elf that's getting shorter
Yes,
and
I just
shorter.
saw the hand, that's all. Go ahead, Sherry.
I'm welcome to. I'm glad to be here, and it's good to see you, Anita and Jane. And I'm Sherry Smith. I live at 180 Egret Street. I'm one of the relics on the beach because I've been here for 32 years, and I'm one of the few remaining members, I can say, of the Incorporation Committee. And when we first, been a lot of work, and Anita was here helping, went into this. And one of our main reasons for incorporating was that we would get to make, we residents, not special interests, we residents would have our own say in how the island was developed. Our motto was preservation is progress. And if you think about it and what we're talking about, we have a beautiful, beautiful critical wildlife area. And if you want to be practical, I don't see why this couldn't be something that could really be a part of the new Fort Myers Beach. It's something that very few other islands around, well, Ding Darling has their preserve, but a critical wildlife area where people could just stroll and enjoy the beauty. It's just something that I've thought about, and I think if we could just preserve what we have, and also it's been brought up that if we put up structures, if you make one exception, one variation, you're going to have other variations. You're going to have requests down the line for boardwalks, and this is a boardwalk, it is not a dune crossover. And look at what Hurricane Ian did to us. And do we want to have boardwalks along our beach, our beautiful, beautiful open beach? It's just something to think about, and it's something I feel very dear about. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment in this hearing? Nobody? Are you sure? Okay. All right, we'll close the public comment. Jason, do you have any additional comments?
Maybe one. I think there's there's a steering or a lot of conversation about the environmental side. I just want to be clear that, the staff report, we try to focus on the land use policy, location decisions. There's, again, the applicant's presentation. That's one of the things that, in my opinion, they didn't address was the comprehensive plan consistency, and even the policies that they do address in the application don't deal with what they're asking for. It talks about public access, talks about frequent beach accesses. Those aren't the dune walkovers. So there's a lot of environmental conversation. Not environmentalist. I'm not here to make those determinations. We're trying to steer more towards the land use and compatibility with the comp plan. So 90% of the conversation has been about environmental. I just want to make sure that that other piece, number 5 in the criteria, doesn't get forgotten.
Thank you, Jason. Is there anyone on the board that have any questions for Jason or for the applicant?
I have a question for Jason. The supplemental information that the applicant provided today, how far does that go to answering the questions you raised in your sufficiency report?
Which ones? I guess their plans. That's all I can tell from here as far as the boardwalk and walkover. The survey part shows some dimensions. I don't know that it's a 30-degree angle. It doesn't say that. It doesn't show that it's less. There's a lot of other things that are missing, if that's what you're asking about.
So in your letter of February 3rd, you're saying that even with this, there's still material that you would prefer to have in the packet?
Again, I haven't gone through this. They were just handed it today. Just flipping through here, one of the things that jumped out at me is I don't see any reference to the angle. That's one of the criteria. That's got to be 30 degrees or less, I believe, of the deflection. So there may be others. There may be nothing else. I'd have to go through it. They made a statement that it is, but I don't know that.
No, I understand it was just submitted.
Sure.
So.
Any other questions of Jason? Any questions for Amy? Amy, did you have any final comment? Not just for the heck of it, but who made the attorney comment? That was funny.
Sue, her son is an attorney. You try to still like them anyway, right?
Mr. Eklund has a question for you, Amy.
Oh, Amy and the applicants, there was a number of references that we have all the permits. We have the FDP permit, we have the coastal control construction line permit, but we haven't seen copies of these actual permits. We've seen a document from FDP where they make a determination, but that's not a permit. And so, do you in fact have these permits? Are they issued? Are they signed and dated?
Are they current?
Order directed that they be issued. They were issued, and each year they have been paid for to keep them current. They are all current.
Okay. Because I guess we haven't I haven't seen a CCCL permit. I'm just saying that. You know. I also have a question for the gentleman from the Audubon Society, if that's okay.
No.
No, okay, never mind.
No, no, sorry, Doug. Pat, you have a question for Amy?
Yes, I do have a question. All these documents that you've been asked for, those permits and this additional information and the plans that are a little more detailed, can those all be provided before council hearing if we were to condition that?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And I do just want to, I know I'm just making representation and you don't have the document. We addressed the angle being less than 30 degrees from the very beginning. The very beginning, you had Seth Bain come in the first go-round of this. He testified exactly as to the degree. Mr. Green was there, so he certainly has had in his record the material to know that the degree is there. I understand the point about it not being in the present application, the papers that the client chose to give y'all, but there is no disputed issue of fact as to whether or not the graphic, what is depicted, is 30 degrees. So that's just not a true thing. The other thing I would like to say, Mr. Green has said that the fact that we don't show consistency means we are inconsistent. I repeat, Mr. Green has not identified a specific comprehensive plan provision that this proposed use violates. And that's what inconsistency is as a matter of law. So Mr. Green saying, well, those things address other context. There is nothing in your plan that says you absolutely may or absolutely may not do this thing. All it does is articulate broader issues of how do we want to deal with protecting the dune systems and the beach access. And so those were the things that we identified because you don't have a specific comprehensive plan provision that says absolutely yes or absolutely no as to this particular application. And that's not what consistency with the plan means as a matter of law. I mean, consistency with the plan is a legal concept. And so for Mr. Green to say, well, because you haven't found a plan that says you absolutely get to do this, that means you're inconsistent, that's just legally an incorrect statement. So, but beyond that, we have nothing else. And again, I just want to say thank you for your time. I know that this was a long day, and you've listened carefully, and we very much appreciate it.
This was nothing compared to our
That's
last
not-
one.
I know, right?
This is
8 hours.
woo.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amy, Jason, can you address that, please?
I just disagree with her. The applicant has failed to meet criteria number 5, which says their burden is to show consistency with the comprehensive plan. They have not done that, in my opinion. The policies that they've referenced, 2 of them have nothing to do with their application. That's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board members, discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Frozen, I can't think.
I want to make sure that we're finished, because I'm going to try and, as best I can, and as in layman's terms, give you some guidance on your deliberations going forward based upon my understanding
I'm
of the
looking
law.
forward to
And
this.
I know. So, but the starting point of that brief discussion or comments I'm going to give is, we're done. We're closed. It's before you because.
That's correct.
Okay. So, a couple of things for you to consider as a body as you move forward. One, in a quasi-judicial process, it is the responsibility of the petitioner to demonstrate by competent substantial evidence that they meet all the criteria to be entitled to the relief that they're requesting. In that regard, all evidence that you've heard that's can be relied upon by what I would call a reasonable, prudent person, which all of you are, is certainly admissible and appropriate, whether that evidence were to be admissible in a court of law. However, immaterial, unduly repetitious, and there's been some discussions regarding that, shouldn't be excluded, including what you heard outside of or may have read or talked about outside of today's meeting. I will say that, including myself, but this in the category, statements of counsel shall only be considered as argument, not as evidence. Okay, we're not witnesses. Neither Ms. Petrick nor myself are witnesses in meeting the criteria for is there competent substantial evidence in the record to support whatever decision you move forward. Hearsay evidence, and there has been some discussion about hearsay evidence. There's been some discussion about what took place at the FDEP hearing. You can rely upon that, you can accept it, but it can't be the sole basis of your decision. It's hearsay upon hearsay. Well, FDEP said this, and Mr. Green at the hearing said that. That's none of us were there, so we don't know if that's true or not. What you do have before you is the record, the order, the final order as signed by the DEP secretary. Last but not least, as I've stated previously, that's independent of what's here before you and what your obligations are under the code to evaluate the criteria, what you've heard against the town's comprehensive plan and applicable land development codes, and ultimately up to you to then make a decision and forward that recommendation with or without conditions, as the case may be, to the town council.
Thank you, John. So let's talk about the special exception. Does someone want to make a motion, or do you want to talk about this first?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about it.
Go ahead.
So my biggest concern, and what I would ask from staff and also from all applicants moving forward, is please take this as an example of we need a complete record, we need full information. I believe that the attorney today provided competent and substantial evidence to fill in those gaps. I also believe that the final order, which is part of the record, if you read that entire document, it addresses many of the issues and provide substantial evidence to address those items. The applicant has the right, if you look at the zoning code and the zoning districts, to ask for this dune walkover / boardwalk through a special exception. So they have the right to ask for this. Again, I understand that some people in the public may not agree, may not support these types of structures, but we have a code, and really respect the idea that we formed this town and we had a certain vision, but you have to articulate that vision in your comp plan and your code. Right now, the code says the applicant can ask for this. So they ask for it. They have to demonstrate that they meet the criteria. I have read their narrative, which looks at the special exception criteria. I think they meet all the criteria. What they did not have in their application was the additional criteria that dealt with the structure itself. They addressed that verbally today. So I believe they've met that. There's been discussion of the public interest test. In my opinion, the dunes and the nesting areas are a public resource. And the final order demonstrates an environmental benefit. As such, there is a public interest in providing this. We protect that public resource. In my mind, the public interest is not by allowing all the public to use this. That's not the public interest. We have a public resource that we are protecting. That meets the public interest test in my mind. With regards to the environmental issue, I am more than happy to defer to the state agencies that have expertise in this, and we have a final order in hand. With regards to the setback and ownership issue, I am satisfied with what was presented to us today. However, I would advise the applicant to make sure they have something solid in the record before this goes to council, demonstrating the ownership issue, and also basically demonstrating that the setback issue is therefore negated. When it comes to precedent that I've heard from the public, we are here to look at every case individually based on the special circumstances. To say that this will proliferate across the island, there are not too many places where people become landlocked, for lack of a better word, because of a lagoon and the accretion. So that is a special circumstance that we're not going to see up and down this island. Additionally, we have someone with a disability issue. Again, I want to clarify when it comes to disability, the applicant talks about the disability as a reason why they're asking for a special exception. And it's also kind of demonstrating a need for it. However, they are not asking for a disability ruling. They were asking for a special exception. The disability argument they make, in my mind, is just addressing the motivation as to why they're asking for this in the first place. So, and going back to the precedent, this has been through not sure exactly the timeline, 5-7 year process. I don't think a lot of people will want to go through that process. It's a very painful process for everybody. This is not an easy thing to do. There are many, many hurdles, many regulations, many restrictions. So again, I don't think there will be a proliferation of these requests. And last but not least, I'd like people to put themselves in the shoes of property owners and really think of if this was my property. Because what I've heard is, I've heard people say, well, if they provide access to everybody, make it public, that's okay. How is it okay? If the concern is environmental, how is it okay that more people could access it versus fewer? So again, these circular arguments are very frustrating. I think people have rights. We have to respect those property rights, and they have to go through all the appropriate hoops. And at this point, I hope we can put this behind us as a town, and I would be willing to support this application with conditions that before this goes to city council, town council, they provide all the supporting information to have a very solid record. So I'll have those.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jane.
I agree with Patrick. I will say, in reading this package last night and this morning at the crack of dawn, I was very frustrated with this package. I didn't feel like I had enough information to even consider it because there were too many questions still left open. And I was frustrated with the fact that I felt like the neighbors should be included in this so that there aren't others asking for the same thing to get over their little property. And that is a special area down there on this island. We don't really have anything like that. And I agree with Patrick that it's not going to be, you know, one permit after another unless the neighbors aren't invited. So in opening that back up, that made it more appealing to me as a benefit, because that would stop the people from walking over all of the other vegetation out there. They would have a clear path. And that isn't an area that anybody could drive to and park and walk over. They would have to go to a public beach access. And then they're going to hit the brick wall on the one end, and you know, they would be coming down to look at the preserve on the other, so they can see it. So I can support this.
Thank you, Jane.
I
Don,
speak?
do you have any comment?
I think well said. I agree with both Jane and Patrick's
Okay.
comments.
Doug?
Yeah, I would suggest 2 conditions that we add. One is that they actually go through a formal process of allowing the neighbors in the Grand Old Man subdivision access to this boardwalk and lagoon bridge, and create an easement on the traditional back property line where it used to be before this controversy over the high water mark, like a 10-foot easement, so all the neighbors can pass through there and make it permanent and recorded as part of their deeds, so that they can have a permanent easement to the boardwalk from the neighbors in the Grand Old Man subdivision.
A question just on that part right there. You're not talking about the entire neighborhood of that. You're talking about the beachfront of Grand Old.
Correct. Yeah, if I understood it right, there's like 9 houses in that. Maybe I'm wrong in
But
referring to
is
this
there some across
subdivision.
the street with the same Grand Old Man? Okay, so it's all beachfront. Okay,
Understood it to be all beachfront houses.
okay, just
And
confirm.
are kind of in a row.
Yes, I agree.
The second condition would be that they drop their lawsuit with the state for ownership of what the state claims as their property.
It's not party to that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Jim, comments?
I agree with most of what Patrick said. I don't think it's precedent-setting because each petition will be analyzed and weighed on its own. I am disappointed in the packet that we received. I thought it was incomplete. I thought there were deficiencies in it. Some of it were covered today. This project's gone on for a long time. I don't think anybody would have been harmed to let staff look at the submittals today and issue a supplemental report, but that's my opinion. If we're going to go forward, then we've got the material that we have before us, and that's it.
Scott, any comment?
Wait, he's reaching.
I would concur with Jane's analysis. I'd like the neighborhood included.
Okay.
And Doug, you're referring to a formalized easement that all the neighbors would be a party to.
Correct. I mean, there's been discussion that that's like the intent, or they're open to it. I'd like to see it actually formalized and executed, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we can do that, but
I don't know either.
I guess that'd be a question for Mr. Herron. Can
Is that a
board
condition that could be
request
placed?
an easement?
That's a condition that we can request that the applicant proffer, that they are willing to do so. There's been a lot of discussion. There was some discussion at the last time around. They indicated a willingness to do so, but you can ask the applicant if they're willing to agree to that condition.
Ms. Petrick?
On behalf of the applicants, they are certainly amenable to creating some kind of agreement that the 9 houses that you've been talking about would have use rights. The form of that, I think it would be appropriate to do a little research on whether or not it's an easement, a use agreement, a license, whatever the form that makes the most sense for the specific users. But if the intent is a formal property right that runs with the land to use for the homes that are similarly situated, they have historically and now, indicated a willingness to. And even though the town is not a party to the litigation, the person who said that they would like to see them drop the litigation, that is the intent if they are given the approval.
Good. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, with respect to the access, because any of those properties, any of those 9 properties, if number 5 changes hands and somebody puts a fence up, they would all have to be party and agree to that. In other words, if we grant the exception and the boardwalk's built, dune walkover's built, all 9 of those properties have perpetual access to it. So in other words, none of those each one of those property owners would have to agree to that easement on their property, right? Because
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm envisioning. There would be, all 9 property owners would agree to this 10-foot easement for common
right.
neighborhood or division access to the boardwalk.
Okay.
That is correct. I also want to point out that as a general rule, governments don't have enforcement rights, so once it's recorded, it's between the 9 or 10 or 11 property owners, how they agree and what rights they each respectively have.
Okay. I'm on the losing end of this argument, Eddie, and I'm sure you're going to be happy to know that. I feel as passionately today about this as I did when I first heard this case. And I think it's a mistake for the town to build this, allow this special exception. I respect this committee tremendously, and so, their points of view I take to heart, and I'm not going to make a big scene over this. This is, the vote's going to be taken, and you're going to have approval to go to the town council. And I suspect you'll have approval from the town council as well. I'm not going to lobby them. They all know how I feel about this. The 2 new members knew before they ran, and like someone said to me a few days ago, "This isn't your beach anymore, Anita."
Mhm.
And it was a mean statement. Said like, you're not the head honcho, so just step aside. And I think there's some validity in that because things have changed and they've changed dramatically. And my point of view here is it's singular. So maybe that's something for us all to think about as the town moves forward. That there is a shift, there is a change. And it's not necessarily good or bad, it just is. So those are my comments. Would somebody make a motion, please? And make it as formal as you possibly can, Patrick, because I don't want to listen to this again, sorry.
I will make a motion to recommend approval for the, are we taking just the special exception
This is
petition?
just for the
first?
special exception.
For the special exception petition.
Well, you could do them both together if
with-
you want, but I think we should do it separately. So
With a finding that they have met the special exception criteria and that they are consistent with the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, and including the conditions put forward by Mr. Ekman. And again, I'll give it a shot and tell me if it's correct, but asking the applicant to engage his neighbors, those 9 properties, to create cross-access easements to provide access to that structure for his neighbors, and for them to report back to council as to what that legal structure would be. And also a condition that they supplement the record with documentation that's been discussed today, with including all environmental permits, coastal construction line permits, leases with the state, and also plans for that boardwalk. And last but not least, some of these items that were considered additional criteria that was addressed verbally, to put that in writing and supplement the record.
I'll second that.
So there is a motion to approve the special exception, and that was made by Member Vaness and seconded by Member Plummer. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion. Patrick, your vote?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Tom? Jim?
Yes.
Doug?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Anita? No. The motion passes 6-1. Now, is there a motion to approve or deny the variance request?
I so move to approve the request for a 5-foot variance.
Jim, could you, Jason?
I jump in there. It's a 1 foot variance
1 foot
to go from 4 to 5 feet.
5 foot.
Yeah, to 5 feet.
Second, Sudeth.
And could we include in that, I'm sure you mean to say that it meets, it answers the criteria for the variance and is, yep.
Meets the
all
findings and
fancy stuff.
conditions. Yes.
Okay, there is a motion to approve the variance request and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion. Jim, your vote?
Yes.
I thought you were going to think about it for a second.
Aye,
Don?
yes.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Anita? No. Motion carries 6-1. Congratulations. Amy, thank you always for your presentation. You're always very, very polite and respectful, and I appreciate that over the years. Thank you. The case is closed, and you guys move on. Thank you. Do you guys want to take a break, or do you want to keep going?
Let's get it done.
A little break.
Oh, a little
if you
break.
don't
Little
Okay.
break. Okay, we're going to take a quick, maybe 5-7 minute break.
I'm going to try and turn that air conditioning off again.
Warm up a little bit.
I'm telling you.
Dean. Mr. Heron is not present at the moment, but he'll be back. Of course, he's an attorney. He'll have something to say at some point in time. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the administrative agenda, and we're going to discuss the public hearing process options. Jason.
Go forward and discuss.
You know what? I am going to go forward and discuss. Does anybody have any interest in changing the current way that zoning cases are heard and handled by the town?
No, so just for clarity, rezoning cases you can't really change. It's the special exception and variances. Rezonings have to go to the council.
Okay, my question stands.
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
anybody want to change this process?
And I don't think we would want to shift some of these public hearings we're dealing with to the city council. They have enough on their table. Look at how long we were today and look how long we were last month. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to them.
So they're going to get those, just for conversation. They get everything, right? So you're a recommending body currently under the current code. There is the ability to name the local planning agency as an authority in certain cases.
No, that's not a good idea. Does anybody
That's what I'm
think that
saying.
it's a good idea to name the LPA? No. And does anybody agree, or does anybody think that we should have a hearing examiner?
No.
Okay, so it's staying
There
the
you
same,
go.
The way
Jason.
we are.
Okay.
You're either hungry
Next
or that
item?
was.
Just on
I-
that item though, Jason, you know, you guys brought this to us, the last case, within 5 months. I think that is well within due process. And
With a hurricane, yeah.
yes, and
With a
to me-
hurricane.
To me, a case like this, anything under a year would have met due process. And I understand that they probably requested it. They wanted to be before us. They wanted to push the issue. But I would ask that we just establish kind of maybe when people come in for a pre-app or something, like some strict guidelines of you will have to meet full sufficiency before you get to be scheduled for a meeting. And yeah, we can agree to disagree on certain items, and you ask for that meeting, but I think, you know, you sense that
So,
you're
but
frustrated.
this is-
response
Right, this is a
to
great.
what staff raises.
Right. So this is, well, in fairness to them, they didn't have the time to turn around because of the schedule. But the reason why this item came before you is because we were asked by yourselves and the town council, how can we trim time? How can we streamline? This is one of those that other communities do, right? So you've answered that question. But to that point, Patrick, I think it's a challenge, right? Because a sufficiency review is it a complete application? Then you have to define that. Technically, do they have a complete application because they checked every box and answered every question, whether it was a sufficient answer or not? That's a sufficiency question, right? Is that complete? Probably. Is it insufficient of information for you to do analysis? You can go back and forth on those games, and that's why they get blended a lot of times. So if there's a formal sufficiency and then review, you're still going to have comments and questions like we had come out of that, even if they're found to be a sufficient application. Was the signature there? Are the boxes checked? Was the check dropped off? Right? I think we got to be careful of not, because then we're going to go back the other way and say you're going to drag this out 3 months before they even get a review, and we don't want that, right?
Yeah.
But also keep in mind, under state law now, because I've been through this in other jurisdictions in the last 2 months, they have 6 months. After 6 months, they have a right to a hearing, regardless of the status of the review, regardless of what they've submitted. An applicant has a choice to
Is that-
say, "You got what you got. Take me to hearing."
Is that 6 months after having a complete application, though, I think?
Again, it goes back to the discussion of what is complete application. If they sign the right line and they have all the official everything and the paperwork is in place, whether the documents are right or incomplete, whether the documents give you enough picture, that's different. But yes, it's 6 months. Once I think it actually is worded maybe by application, and you're right. But it's your own detriment to go to the public hearing if you're not complete as an applicant. In some
It may be
cases.
to their detriment.
Right.
You know,
Right.
they demand the hearing and they don't have a complete
Correct.
package.
So we always try to work within those bounds, and to your point, 6 months is, I don't think there's very few that we've actually gone beyond that, and a lot of times that's just a back and forth on condition. I mean, Margaritaville obviously was a longer one. That was a very complicated, detailed, stuff like that goes longer,
But over the years, there have also been cases that have chosen to, quote, roll their dice, and they because they feel like, okay, they get through the LPA, they've got their votes counted already on the council. And, I mean, through the years, there have been those cases. I'm
Right.
not saying that that's what this was, but, you just, it's a strategy. So.
It is, and you
Yeah.
have to make that decision as an
Yeah.
applicant of whether that makes sense to do. And the way I was explained to me by another jurisdiction is, yeah, we can put you on the agenda, but we haven't finished review, and you're going to have a recommendation of denial because we haven't finished. So the law was made to help some development, but it was also not clear in what happens if you don't meet those timelines as a to keep local government going, right? It was keep you moving, but it doesn't have any negatives towards the local government if they don't comply with it, frankly. So anyway, we just want to work with the applicants. That's all. That's all.
I can see where there would be several that could just go pass through. And because it has a review angle, I think number one could be an option, because when the staff agrees that it should be permitted with conditions, and if the board agrees that it should be with conditions, and the person, applicant, agrees to take on the conditions, that's simple. Why do they have to go hear it again? That's
Right. So there's
this does allow for when somebody doesn't like it to go to the town council. So I mean, this would eliminate the second step on just variances and special exceptions.
right. The idea
Make
being.
the LPA the deciding body, and that just shouldn't be. We're not.
Well, we give the town that
we give our
deciding.
advice, exactly.
No, the town has minor things they can do for special, well, not.
No,
Do we
so-
have consent agendas for,
So you can't. So there's a couple communities in in the region
Oh, that's a good idea.
that do a consent agenda, sort
That's
of.
a good idea.
It's actually a call for presentation. They don't call it consent.
Do whatever, call it whatever you wanted to do. Call it a
But-
dog in a box.
but I think as Jane said, if there is no public objection, and that's typically how they do it elsewhere. No public objection, unanimous recommendation for approval from the LPA, no written objection, then they can put it on the consent, and the only way you actually hold a hearing to discuss it is if it's pulled by one of the council members.
So Sarasota County does it's the call for presentation. So basically what it means, it's not consent. I don't know legally you can really call it consent, but what it is we don't need staff to do a big presentation. We already know the facts. There hasn't been, and it shortens the meeting time. It doesn't shorten the time waiting and advertising and all
Oh.
that to get to the hearing.
Yeah, I like it.
It probably saves 20, 30 minutes in a meeting.
Yeah, it's a lot of places do it. The only reason I'm here is because
You wanted to be with us.
We're without. I'll take it over there, but you do have to provide for ultimately, and to your point, due process, where either any affected party can ask for the item to be pulled off consent agenda, even at the last minute, even though it appears that there are otherwise no people who are in opposition to it.
An affected party meaning somebody out of
A
the
neighbor,
audience could
yeah,
say,
yeah.
I want this pulled out? Oh, that's.
No, not just
standing.
randomly.
Not once it's
Someone,
there.
They have to
yeah,
demonstrate standing.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So.
Okay, well, that's,
Well,
I
if you
think
can
that's a good
rewrite it to
suggestion.
say that.
To the point that with the previous conversation is, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Green, is this works both ways. It works for staff and it works for the applicant. Either you have a complete application or you don't. And the sufficiency determination, a lot of code says you don't get past that point in time. If you don't resubmit the items that are missing, then under the code, the application is deemed to be abandoned and it's rejected. It's given back. It's sent back with, the application fee with a letter saying, in accordance with the code, we reviewed your application, gave you a sufficiency determination letter, or you failed to respond, and it doesn't get any further in the process to the point of, well, I'll take my chances moving forward. That's something to consider, and certainly would, because it's not the first time. I mean, today's hearing was definitely not the first time that I've heard this body, as well as the town council voice concerns to staff that, what we have is not sufficient. And in fact, you all have sent items back to staff You've said to the applicant, we're going to continue this hearing on our own in order to be able to get this information. I think a couple of variances come immediately to mind. So again, food for thought.
Yeah, I would favor kind of a harder line from the standpoint of if you're not found sufficient, being able to proceed, the hearing being a little more difficult. But again, within, within the context of we establish review timelines and, or at least maximum, you know what I mean? Not like that what we do have to do is protect ourselves as a town, but protect the rights of the applicant also, because technically, if we don't like an application, we could delay them for that forever, and they don't get due process. So, I think, I don't know, maybe if you guys can look into that, of how we establish a little more of a hard line of, we want what we call complete application or sufficient applications before going to hearing. But again, I know that's a nebulous term, and it's a little hard to gauge sometimes.
It is, and some communities have the timelines. Even your state agencies and water management districts have timelines of a review. The challenge of those, in all fairness, is not all applications are the same, and it gets to be with a small town. We usually get the call of, why aren't I on the hearing yet, in a couple weeks before they even we even get to do a review. So we don't often get to a month of not having comments out before people are calling and banging on the door. But yeah, we can look at that. I think some fairness on both sides, but you're right, the complete application part of it and formalizing that process may be an important step. And what does that mean?
Before we go on to LPA member items and reports, I'd just let the record reflect that Scott Safford had to depart, and so he left. We're on LPA members' items and reports, and Scott asked me to ask you, Jason, to please remember your email about the parallelogram lots. That I didn't know we had parallelogram lots, but evidently they're on your street, Jane. And parallelograms, yep.
My fifth grader was talking about
ask
them.
the engineers. And
What is that?
So he said that he sent
A
you
rectangle but
an
angled?
email,
Yes.
and that it was specifically about fair weather, his example, I guess, and he just wanted to make sure that that got discussed at some point in the future.
I think the request was, and all the members can, if they have items they want to bring on, tell us or provide information, and we'll just put it on the agenda for you to discuss. I haven't gone through it to see the context of it, but I think it had to do with setbacks and
Okay.
some other items.
Okay.
So that maybe, yeah, I could put that on the next agenda just under your
Thank you.
discussion.
Doug, do you have any items? And Jim, how about you?
No comments?
No comments. Jane?
I do. One, I got a text this morning, and I'm just wanting, this is at 2 a.m. in the morning, bright lights, lots of tractors, flashing color lights going, beep, 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 all that stuff, on Estero Boulevard, up on the sidewalks. I don't know whether they were cleaning them or what, but then they would turn and go into people's houses
So
with their
noise
lights.
and lights?
Don't they have a time to start? I mean, at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Who and what? I don't know what
Well,
we're-
these look like they're constructions. They're scraping and at 2 a.m. This is videoed at 2 a.m.
I don't know. I know there's, I
Says
think,
Construction, well, but
I don't know that that's construction. That's probably public works and
Remember,
maintenance.
isn't the emergency ordinance still in place?
Probably.
So, okay.
So in
I'll
which case, all
go back
bets
to
are
that.
off.
Okay, so the next thing is that I wanted to bring to attention that I had an opportunity to run into John Gucciardi, who used to be our town manager, at a funeral on Saturday, and he said, why aren't you guys using the emergency management permitting system that we set up? And I said, what? Oh yeah, I remember this now, just because he said it. And they did it before Hurricane Charlie and finalized it after Hurricane Charlie. And it was a system of expediting permits, and they worked very closely with Lee County, and all of the emergency management communities all agreed with this easy plan to expedite. And I remember that there was like tables set up where you walk in one corner, you walk down it, boom, 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 and you walked out with a permit. and it was like unbelievable. That's how people got out the door. And I said, where can we find this? He said, well, it'd be in your emergency. Yeah, he goes, I don't know whether it's in the land development code or just in the emergency management section of the town, but he said he'd be more than willing to come down and work with the committee or the town manager or
Well,
whoever.
so, which committee is he talking about?
Fort Myers Beach.
Which, you just said committee. So,
She doesn't mean committee.
okay,
Well, there is a
so
committee about
there's been a-
permitting. There is a
yeah,
committee.
I don't,
The group
let's,
that's working together.
I don't know that that's a group that's working separately. So,
Well,
okay, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know how to answer that other than I'll pass it along to the building official. I'm pretty sure they've probably pumped out more permits than the history of the town.
well, of
And
course.
frankly, it's a different event. A wind event versus a wind and a flood event is different.
Well, but maybe there's some basis for using some of that information instead of going on the other extreme.
We're not on the other, I don't know, I don't want to go
Well,
there.
I'll
I don't know,
just say
there's too
that-
much conversation about we're delaying and nobody's getting
No,
their permits.
I'm just
so.
saying that,
This exists, so Patrick, you're working,
Well,
you're kind of involved in this,
No, but my understanding is, yeah, it's very difficult to say, are the permits moving quickly or not? And every permit's different. But I think what would be useful is if we defined a triage system. So, permits A fall in this bucket, there's a certain expected time frame for that. Permit B falls in this bucket, that's gonna take a little longer, and permit C is gonna take quite a while. Because, for example, anybody in my mind that has to go through this 50% determination, it's gonna take a while, folks. You have to provide a lot of information, staff has to review a whole lot of information. It's probably not gonna be complete the first time around, you're gonna have to go back and forth. But at least if people understood what the triage system was, and they had realistic expectations going in, I think it might reduce a little bit of the friction.
well, I also want to say that the chief building official and the director of building services for Sanibel, who used to be the same position in Naples, actually helped me with my application for owner-builder. And he called me the next day and said, how did your permit process go? And I said, I've been denied for this, and this. And he goes, what? He said, in the 9 years he's been working there, they've never required the things that are being asked here on the beach. And I went to the town manager and asked, why don't we pull somebody from all of these communities who are doing it? They are affected as well as we are. Maybe we're a little worse, but maybe they have some information that would help us move things through.
We do. We have a building official that came from another community that has been doing it for
But
a decade.
is he using the resources around him?
I don't know what that means.
I'm just-
With all due respect, listen, with all due respect, it's a building department issue. I don't know. I don't know what the timeline on permits are. That's Patrick's point. That's 15 different types. I don't know the answer. I'd be happy to try to ask him to provide you guys with information. Does an electrical permit over the counter take a day? Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
I get it.
I don't know. And so if you're denied, we can look at that with them.
I'm just bringing it up as an opportunity that might help us.
I believe, is my understanding, that the town has tried to put as many resources into this and have people from all over the place here working in support of the department and processing permits. I don't know anything else beyond that. That's all I know.
The only other thing I would like to say again, getting a 346-day page package on Friday after 5 o'clock on the Super Bowl weekend, and other people we do have lives, is tough. It's very tough to get all that read and feel prepared to come in here and vote on somebody's life,
Luckily, they didn't provide much information.
Yeah, well.
I'm joking. But yes, so we were told to have it prepared, and that was the best I could do for you to have it prepared that quick. So
I think that there's going to be some times that you need to make the call of, I can't do it because I can't give them time to read it. I mean, we have to come prepared or we're worthless.
I don't disagree with you, but the ads went out, the postcards went out, and the date was set.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you at all. I agree with you on timing for you is important. Having time to review those is important.
Jason, I'm going to agree with Jane. There should be a drop-dead date that the packet is to us. I mean.
Or they get extended.
Or it gets postponed.
I think some of that is addressed through Patrick's recommendation or request of, it's not just a sufficiency, it's a, if things aren't turned in
Okay.
X number of days
Okay.
prior to.
Good. I don't need to harp on it. Yeah,
no, but it's
it's a sore subject. It was when I was on the council. It's been a sore subject for everybody, and you can only do so much, and we're in extraordinary situations. So,
So,
okay.
so to give you a look behind the curtain, to put this packet together once review's done, if you count time for a staff report, time for putting the agenda items together into the system, it's about 18 to 20 hours. By the time you gather all the data, you gotta, and everybody's got multiple attachments. It's a lot of work for per individual item. So we tell applicants that all the time. If you want something on the next meeting, we back up from that date and say, agenda should be out a week before. The items into the agenda system should be in there 3 to 4 days before that so they can go through the review system. John hates when we're like, hey, we want to get this out, review it in 10 minutes. And then really we need a week, 2 weeks to review that stuff before that. So you're talking a month before. And
I'm just saying
frankly,
it's hard.
Okay.
everybody likes it
So
until it's their
a-
application.
Yes,
I understand that.
exactly.
So, but we can work on that threshold maybe in that sufficiency part
And
that
it's
we
a
talked about.
multi-level thing. Anything else, Jane?
No.
Patrick?
I've got a few items. Okay, bear with me, please. So the first one is, I think the public had some good comments. We have an opportunity to make some positive changes. I know we have a list of exotics in our code. I don't necessarily know if we have a requirement for native species.
We do.
Okay.
I believe it's 75%. I'll double check that, but I think it's already
Perfect.
that threshold.
If we do
I'm
that,
just not sure anybody does it.
Oh, well, for who? It's not. It doesn't apply to single family, right? So it's development.
Okay.
It
You
should
haven't had a lot of development. So when we do, you've had parking lots. So when you have parking lots that come in, that gets reviewed as far as that. Now you have obviously a much different situation where you have a lot more new development that's going to have to comply, and so I think you're going to see a huge change
Yeah.
in the next couple of years.
And Jason, I
Patrick,
don't know if.
hold on.
okay.
Doug wants to add something to what you're saying.
It's on.
I like that idea, and maybe. I mean, if people would go along with it, 75% on residential would be great for me. I mean, I would endorse that, but as a practical matter, maybe some, commercial, 75%, and then residential, say, 50% or something people will live with.
But some threshold.
But some threshold.
I agree with you, Doug.
So I believe the threshold right now is 75%. You're supposed to remove exotics.
But no requirement for residential.
Individual lots. If you came
Okay,
in with a
individual lots.
multifamily project, you would have landscape buffers and other things that are required to be that, yes.
But
So
as we look at the redevelopment of the island, which will substantially be single-family residences, maybe we
Yes.
should talk about this, and I like this idea,
Yeah.
Patrick, and I think you have a majority.
I think it'd be nice
and
to
I think we
bring it
talked
back
about
to
it
us.
before,
Yeah.
and so I don't remember that conversation in detail. I think it was the enforcement side that probably sunk that one a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's definitely, if you want to, yes, we can have a conversation
And I
about
think
that.
the opportunity right now is, yes, after the fact, when people are built, it's really hard to police what they add. But when they come in for a new permit, if they can tell us what they're going to plant, I think 50% seems like something that we might want to explore
Okay.
on new construction, new permits. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is we have certain opportunities right now when it comes to planning and zoning, and this tragedy really brought about some really interesting opportunities. And the longer we wait to address those issues, the more difficult it will be to really come up with something strategic, something cohesive. So one of the examples that came up today was we had a great project, Work Live. I personally like the design of the building. However, we have no architectural guidelines when it comes to commercial buildings. They provided a very modern building. And again, if we want a certain look and feel to our community as we move forward, we need to tackle that. Because as you saw today, these people got their approvals, they're moving forward. If we don't address this now, if we want a certain architectural look and feel, we're not going to get there incrementally. We have to look at this comprehensively. So that's one example. And then what I did is I I put something together for everybody to look at. And, we are 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, take them all.
Jason and,
Yeah, I think I've got enough. So I was sitting at home, and I'm a planner by nature. I geek out on this stuff, and a little frustrated that I'm afraid we might squander this great opportunity we have.
me too.
So as a planner, the ability to really plan something and see redevelopment, and I've worked on these redevelopment projects for older neighborhoods. Typically, you put a plan together, and you're hoping that over time, incrementally, you'll get there. Very long span, you have to be patient. And then the other opposite side of the coin is when you see these new urbanist development where it's one developer, and they can make all the decisions, and they're able to implement that overnight. And typically, they're great-looking projects. The only kind of downside to them, sometimes people think, I heard Anita saying they're a little Stepford Whitefish, or they're a little Disney-esque. But I think all those communities, even if they're master planned and built by a developer, over time, as they mature, they will become a true downtown, and they will change over time, but they will have a very good basis to start from. So what I've put together here is I think we've got this opportunity. We've got a consultant that's been hired by the town to look at general concepts to update our comp plan, but we need to get into some nitty-gritty, because at the general level, and again, with the timeline where people are coming in to ask for certain approvals and making plans on their projects, we have to start looking at what do we want things to look like? How does it really fit in? Does it make sense? So what I've got before you, and I've just pulled some pictures from on your first page. What you've got there is Celebration, which is development outside of Orlando, outside of Disney.
Is this a recent picture?
Yeah.
You know? Because I don't remember the last time I was there, but I was there when it first opened, and it defined Stepford.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't been there recently, and you make a good point. Once that it grows, like planting a new yard,
Yeah.
it changes.
So what these new urbanist communities do well is they really implement planning concepts that, as planners and designers, we've been playing around with for years and years, and they can actually get to do it again because they're master developers. But I gave you a few examples. First one is Celebration. Second one is Rosemary Beach, a Dewani project in the Panhandle, a lot more coastal. And the last one is right at our doorstep, Ave Maria. That's their little downtown, and that's very easy for people to go see. It's close by. But some of the things I'd like to point out is again, they have architectural guidelines. They've decided on a certain look and feel, and they you can see that through the pictures. If you look at a height issue, and that's going to come before us as we move forward when projects come in. 4 stories is kind of a magic number in planning that's used quite a bit, where 4 stories provides enough critical mass to really create a functional commercial mixed-use environment, but it also keeps it very human scale. So if you look at those pictures, you'll see it doesn't feel imposing. If you've walked in some of those downtowns, and I think a lot of people might have gone to Celebration or Ave Maria, you walk within that downtown, and it really doesn't feel overpowering.
Nope.
It makes sense. It's comfortable. And again, planning theory kind of says, over 6 stories, it's starting to feel a bit like a tower. It could be a low rise, not a high rise, but I think where we have an opportunity is to define what we expect from projects. Is 4 stories kind of that magic number? And do you allow maybe 5 or 6 when people provide that public benefit? Better architecture, better view corridors, workforce housing, and that's how you get above a certain height. So those are just concepts that I think we need to tackle. And I'm okay with the community going a completely different direction than where I would go or what I would recommend, but we at least have to have that conversation. So those are, the pictures are just to talk about those general concepts of height, design, bringing the buildings close to the road, a lot of fenestration, the windows, the look, the feel, and being able to maybe create promenades where the sidewalk is widened, where you, term we use is activate the public realm, where you create benches, seating areas, landscaping, hardscape, to create more of an interest and make it a more pleasant place to gather, live, work. And that the benefit becomes dual, where the benefit to our town, but the concession that a property owner and a commercial entity might make by granting us a little more width for a sidewalk, they probably get a return just from more activity and you know, better environment. So those are the types of things we should consider. And then what I did is I gave you an aerial of celebration. And I just took my little PDF software and I just put boxes around some of those major buildings. But that's their little downtown core in celebration. And you can tell it's about a dozen buildings that frame the whole downtown and create that. I could have shown a little more, but some of it was multifamily. It wasn't quite that little Main Street. But it doesn't take a whole lot to create the Main Street. You have to put out the vision, and people have to understand it, because as a planner and someone that's been in this environment for years and years and went to school, it's second nature. But a lot of people, if you don't put a picture in front of their face, it's really hard for them to conceptualize and really see it. So you almost have to build that vision to get these commercial property owners to buy in and want to do it. So on the next page, what I did is I took our downtown, and first thing I did is, well, let's put boxes around those properties and just see what it could look like. And it's a little more than the 12, but it's you know, in the 20-some range, where we could really create a great downtown, really attractive. We could start looking at reducing setbacks between buildings to really frame it well. And also we've got this opportunity where now we can tie in, we've got Old San Carlos, we can tie it into Times Square and do something great with Times Square. And then we've got Moss Marine coming in, where they can tie the waterfront on the other side, and they could possibly create, instead of creating one big resort with restricted access for their guests, they could create a street or promenade feel where now the public has access to all the storefronts. And to me, I'm hoping they would see great value in that, because now they're taking commercial square footage that they might get approved through a zoning process, but it's not just for their patrons. It becomes open to the public and generates a lot of value for them. So hopefully they see it as a benefit and they want to do it. And by also doing this, they might be willing to give us better architecture, better view corridors, maybe a little more open to mixing their uses a little more. But we've got to put that out there, and we've got to get to that point where we're discussing these issues and we're looking at those issues. And I think some of the easy ways we might get there is visual preference surveys are pretty easy to do, pretty quick to do. We can create workshops or charrettes where we have maps, we have plans, where people can come in, mark them up, provide their input, their opinions, and then we turn it back to our staff and that consultant that we're working with. Maybe they lead that effort. I'm not sure, but you know, I think we need to get there, because
We need a path.
we might lose that opportunity real quick if we don't move. So that's it.
I want to comment on something. I don't know if you all watched the last council work session, but something very profound happened, which proves the necessity of what you're talking about. And interestingly, I have a similar item on my list. So several of the council members made the comment that they had spoken to this developer, that developer, blah, 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 and talking about public benefit and talking about all these developers that they're talking to. Then Keith, the town manager, said, I have also spoken to these developers, and they keep asking me what you want to see, and I don't know what to tell them.
Public benefit.
So, not for public benefit, period. What do you want to see? And he doesn't know what to tell them. And my thought was, well, we have a comp plan and an LDC. You could say, here's what we want to see, or are we changing our plan, or are we refining our plan is probably a better way to talk about it. But when they said that, I just went, oh, and it goes to the point of getting out in front of this. Are we going to allow the piece by piece by piece? I mean, I have every belief that you could probably show Ruby these pictures and say, Ruby, you know what? Instead of your super modern, can you make it a little more Rosemary Beaches? And she probably would. We could get in front of a couple of them, but unless we start talking about this now, you're right, the opportunity will be lost. And we have difficult property owners to deal with. They're all mavericks, and you've got to show them the pictures. But it's interesting because when Eddie was here talking about, setting the tablecloth of the plan, I think his tablecloth, I don't like the color of it. It was, and you're talking about the nitty-gritty, not the tablecloth, but maybe they could be talked about at the same time. I'm with you 100%, 100%. Because if we don't, and I mean like now, it'll be gone. It'll just be gone. It'll be gone.
I just want to go on record to say I couldn't agree more.
Those pesky attorneys.
Yeah, well.
And you've heard me say this before, and I sound like a broken record. In its infinite wisdom, the Florida legislature has adopted a series of laws every year that preempt local government's ability to do certain things. In 2021, effective 2022, the Florida legislature adopted a law that says that local governments cannot apply design standards to single and multifamily structures, and in this case, only if this town were to adopt not only those standards, but to implement them through an additional board, an architectural review board.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're prohibited.
Is,
yes,
we could apply this to commercial, and I think that would go a long way, and I think commercial sets the tone for the way the town might look and feel. If we go with a certain architectural style, for example, if you take Key West, and you're the one person that decides to put a modern house in Old Town, I think you'd be kind of shunned probably from your neighbors. So there's a lot of peer pressure there. So I think you start with the commercial. And then the other thing is, I've seen communities provide architectural guidelines. They're not enforceable, they're not mandatory, but it kind of shows you, we'd like you to do this rather than this.
Yeah.
And sometimes, again, when we incentivize it or we put the picture in front of people and they can start seeing it differently, they can go along with that. So I think we can get there. But point well taken. We have to be careful about that.
Simply, stating what the law is, and there are some exceptions, and it does only apply to single and limited multifamily dwellings.
There's a bunch of communities that were trying to implement architectural styles standards in single family, and frankly, it was a way to eliminate certain price points, certain square footages, certain, and it's an issue. It's an issue
It's a
for.
legal way to gentrify your neighborhood.
Yeah, yes, that's a better way of saying that. I didn't want to say that, but yes, it's a way to, yes, it's been found to be very effective in what its goal was. I guess I'll put it that way. But we have a base, we have bones. So in looking at your pictures, Patrick, I mean, some of the things and some of the styles that are implemented here, we already have criteria for as a base, at least for the old San Carlos downtown area. So I think there's an opportunity to fine tune or review those, kind of get a better feel now for what does work or doesn't work. Because you've got certain things like if it's a wall facing an alley, street, or parking, then certain window components have to comply and yada yada yada. But maybe more importantly is the geography of where that applies, because there's a list of zoning districts that it does apply, and then there's obviously a list that it does not. And I think that's where we're going to miss opportunity, is if it's particularly further down the island and in these nodes that we're talking about, if that's the way we go about it, then we should consider that on all of these nodes, some standard, something
Yes.
similar to what we have but expanded.
Yep.
Maybe not expanded, but
Yep.
fine-tuned.
Yep.
No. But so you're setting the table and all that conversation. The council has asked for a report on bonus points and how to get, what do bonus point programs look like. I think that's got to be at the same time as the bigger picture conversation, which is we don't even know what the big picture priorities are yet.
How can you
So
define
I
it?
want to encourage them at this. Bonus point programs are usually in your land development code, and it's a scalpel versus the blunt instrument, right? So it's fine tuning and picking and choosing the nuances of your development. That we still haven't set the policy of what is our prioritization for. Is it beach access, public? Oh, be careful now. Public beach access. Is it right of way? Is it workforce housing? Is it architectural standards? Yada yada yada. So what are our priorities? And how do we rank those? And then how does that convert to that bonus point? Those have to be, sometimes you got to go backwards from the end back to understand the beginning. And so maybe that'll help us, but I agree with you that we got to make sure we don't lose sight of the big picture policy that I think the comp plan should set. And then the land development codes and bonus points would address that potentially.
Don, any comments? No items.
Just one last item, somewhat associated with bonuses or.
And do you want
or
us to
some of
share,
those-
I mean, basically we got to do something for the next MMP for March for the council.
Hold on, we're
I'll
gonna
forward
get
it to all of you
Yeah, perfect.
also.
Perfect.
So one of those issues and something that's come up, and so I think our consultant that's looking at the comp plan provided some good concepts. I think we haven't gotten into those details of what he was proposing from a standpoint of FAR or density. I think we're going to have to take a close look at that and be careful. One of the things that I'd like you guys to start thinking about is this idea of incentivizing hotel transient units versus density for residential. And here's how I look at it and how I think we need to examine it. So how you build a good tax base for a municipality is really your commercial. We've had discussion of there's going to be demand for rentals, and if we don't allow enough hotel rooms, the market will figure it out. People will buy homes and create Airbnbs. So we have to be careful about this commercialization, encroachment into residential neighborhoods. Keep in mind that when hotels come forward and we create this incentive, we know exactly where they are. We can control design issues related to them. There's management on site. There's a lot of things that we can ask for certain things, view corridors, public benefit, that we just can't get there on the residential side. So again, if we create too much of an incentive where a developer can look at a property, say, I'll buy that hotel and I'll put condos here because he gets as good of a return or more of a return than hotels, we've got to consider that. So the way we incentivize and the way we've got to keep that in mind. So I would just encourage you guys to think about that, and as we move forward, we can have that discussion.
Okay?
Can I add on to that, just because you all kind of had a comment at the last, when Eddie was presenting. There's a little bit of a, I don't know if it was a gasp, but it was kind of like, what do you mean no residential on the beach side of Estero? And somewhat to Patrick's point, you've got really three options. We're a barrier island, okay? This is a barrier island. There wasn't supposed to be development here. There is development here. That's fine. So when you have an event like you had three options. You can retreat, which nobody wants to do and will do. Managed retreat, which is a risk tolerance evaluation, or do nothing and just charge forward and do what you want. Part of the concern, I think, what I would piggyback on Patrick's comment is we have to be smart in where we are putting people in harm's way, and that's that residential versus commercial side of it too. So I've had a bunch of questions since that conversation of why in the world would you put more density, more people on that island? That was the first question. But secondly, closer to the water and closer to the storm event. And so I think we have to be careful and have an expectation of ourselves. What is our answer to that, and what is our end result? The argument against that would be, or for that would be, hotels, people cancel, don't come, they stay away, there's less people to save. But anyway, I want you to think about that, because that dividing line of Estero Boulevard is a big deal right now, scientifically based on the flood maps and just the reality of what we saw. So we have to kind of balance those two things in that risk tolerance. Although I would also say some of the bigger buildings survived and did much better than obviously smaller buildings. So we just need to be aware of those things when we make these decisions. It all plays in together with, I think, what Patrick was talking about.
Okay, so I would like to see us add, instead of items for next month's agenda, I'd like to see us add an item here that is agenda management, much like the council has, so we can see what's pending and know that, hey, I know, I'm sorry, but it would with everything that's coming forward, so you could kind of juggle it, and we could say, here's what we think the priority should be, as opposed to someone saying, I want to be on the 14th. I mean, it would be nice to see that, because just because we tell you we'd like to see something on next month's agenda doesn't mean it's going to be there. And then maybe it gets lost in heaven or wherever it gets lost. But if we kept a list of, here are the things that we're bringing forward, have we dealt with them, have we not dealt with them? I am not that kind of spreadsheet sort of person, but it wouldn't be too difficult to do in the course of every meeting. I mean, already I have suggested just from Patrick, from Doug, the 50% threshold for residential properties with native plantings. Let's discuss that. Then Patrick, design or architectural guidelines, getting in front of the curve, so to speak. And just get these things so that we don't lose them. Okay. Do you all agree with that? A tracker. An issue tracker, yes. I think we need to. I think that we need to discuss. Well, ultimately, I think that the council and the LPA should have a joint work session, and the sooner we have one, the better, so that we're on the same page, and we're not. Ultimately, we're not working, over here on the right-hand side when they're, skewed way to the left. It's a waste of everybody's time, the applicant, the LPA, and the council. So I really would like our next meeting, or a meeting very soon, to be a joint work session with the town council to discuss planning issues. Not any particular case, but just these things that we're talking about. To say, hey, we all know that public benefit needs to be defined. Here are some ideas. We think we need to get ahead of the curve where development is concerned. Here are some ideas. And if we could all get on the same page, maybe Eddie could be there, then it could kind of coalesce.
I believe he is coming to the March MMP for the council. I have to double check that.
So that would be great then if that could be a joint work session.
I will pass it along to town manager.
Does anybody disagree with that? No. It would just be fantastic. Okay. So next thing
So
is,
let me just, the goal is to have, I believe, is to present in March, similar to what he did with you getting some feedback, and really pushing forward in April or May the future land use element.
Well, that's great. Then we
So,
definitely need a joint work session.
While we need time to process, we also need to get going. So
I
it's kind
couldn't
of,
agree with you more.
so that's trying to keep that schedule. And the rest of the elements will fall in place behind that, obviously.
Okay.
But we want to roll here the next 6 months.
Just to throw something in there, we had comments, we got a letter from the, can't remember the name of the association, but the Bay Beach folks.
Yes, about the removing.
And I read their letter, and I think point very well taken. It was well articulated. Eddie really needs to look at that closely when
he
he
does.
formulates new future land use categories, new descriptions.
Yeah, I'll double check that. I don't know how they're negatively affected by what was on there, but I'll reread it. I didn't.
Yeah.
I got to talk to him about that.
Yeah.
Historically, they don't come out of the box unless they've got something to say. Bay Beach.
Yeah, I mean, yes, future land use and comp planning is challenging because it's 30,000 foot level versus zoning. They have entitlements and things that they're locked in on.
Certainly
They can't
do.
change. Yeah, we'll look at that. We're certainly not trying to override anything and can't override anything that they have approvals for.
There is.
Right.
Yep.
So, well, but the point of that is also no matter what you call it, it doesn't entitle it or change anything, and if they control it, they control it.
So next item I have is historically, and it happens on and off. I don't know what generates it, but historically, a member of the LPA has appeared at the council to discuss the zone, to present the LPA's decision, not a pro and con like in Eddie Rude's case. I wouldn't go to talk about it, just tell you everybody what happened. It should be Patrick or Don or one of you guys, because you want to express the decision of the LPA, and to see if they have any questions of what transpired at the LPA. I don't know if you all want to reestablish that. Let me tell you why I think it might be important. I was concerned about their discussion about the cottage lots. I don't think that they clearly understood what our intent was. And so now and I guess this will have another hearing, it hasn't finished, correct?
21st?
Okay, so
Next week.
they're basically allowing a whole second story on these. What we said was, if you had this, you can put this back. End of story. And now they've said, if you had this, you can put this back and you can do this. And I am in complete, we discussed it at length. And I just think that somebody ought to be there to talk about that.
I think context
I don't
matters.
think we even had any disagreement on that, did we?
I voted along with the group, but
That's all you
I
need
was
to say.
I was okay with the second floor.
You were okay with the second floor. So,
Yeah.
Well, let's remember.
It's not that you couldn't have it, you would have to go for a variance.
that's right, you'd have to, right, by right, you could put back what you had. Otherwise, you had
Right.
to. come
So, right. It's always in everything. Right now, everything's getting muddied into the conversation of, can I have what I have? Can I have more? Right. And so what we keep forgetting is, under our code, there are certain circumstances like these lots that we're talking about that didn't have the right to build back. You're giving them the right back to, whether it was right or wrong, that's been in the code for 20 plus years. They didn't meet certain criteria, that was the risk. And then it was the right to build back under certain provisions. And obviously, I think some of that gets muddied in with the, well, I need a little bit more because it's expensive to build. And again, these are all on the beachfront side. It's all in that high risk area. It's all, so those are all things. And then they have 3-4 foot setbacks at many times. So
it's very complicated.
I wasn't there, so I don't know the conversation.
I just found
but
it, I went, whoa, but anyway.
Yeah.
Don't send me on this one.
Don't say, we're not gonna
No.
send him on this one.
I would just encourage you that whenever you go,
When's the next
be
meeting?
balanced in
Oh,
your
of course.
presentation, right? Because we don't want to get into a
We'll
situation where
say,
somebody
and
challenges.
Patrick thought he.
21st.
The 21st.
20, the town's closed, so
I could
21st.
appear at that meeting if you want me to. What else is going to be at that meeting?
Everything that was done the last time.
Is Eddie Rude gonna be
No.
there? Will Ruby be there?
No,
Okay, so nothing that happened today.
no. Last meeting, last meeting.
Well, maybe somebody else could also agree to go. Do you want to go?
No, I've got people.
You have several first reading for things, and then you have the second reading for a lot of the text amendments. So almost your entire agenda from last time is
Okay.
at this
Well,
point.
do we agree in principle that an LPA member should appear when cases are being heard that we have voted on?
Yep.
Yes. So could you alert us when a case is coming forward so one of us could decide to go?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, the 21st. I'll be there. I'll be there on the 21st. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll go. I'll I'll try to be fair. That's all I have. What does that say? Oh, 21st.
That's
Thank you,
all?
Jane. John. Yep. Okay, so for agenda management, we have joint work session with the town council. Keith, if you're listening to this by chance, please schedule that work session as a joint session. It would be very fruitful. So we have that.
I mean, you're going to be there on Tuesday.
The 21st? Oh, yes, I could say that.
You have an opportunity
Yeah,
also
but I
to
could say that. Yeah.
to request
Okay.
it.
I have to remember to do that. Okay. And so we have that. We have the 50% threshold residential native plantings. We have design and architectural guidelines.
And Scott's.
And future planning of the island in general. I mean.
What is
and-
that? Is that you mean
what is that?
conversation for?
Well, it just, I don't know. Am I alone? You're a planner. You think there's any planning?
Yes, I think, parking analysis, it'd be awesome to have an inventory of what we think we have, what we don't have.
Yes.
We do.
You do?
Okay.
There was a study that was done a couple years ago.
No, and post
we're
on.
talking about today.
Oh, I have no idea who's going to be open, who's not yet. I mean,
No, but just what's been destroyed. So I don't even know, we're talking about hotel rooms, and what was our base pre-storm? How many have been destroyed, and how much might be coming back? I've done some quick math.
let's start with this height versus density conversation, and what that, because that's directly related to the comprehensive plan now. Because I think there's confusion if you say 13 stories, it means built out to the property line and massive, and that's not what that means, right? You can have additional setbacks, you can have additional open space, all these. I think we need to have that conversation and a comparison of what maybe
Well,
it's what
Eddie
you're talking
needs to be
about.
much clearer when he talks about that. Because he
yeah.
was not clear about that.
Because everybody hears a height, a number, and they get scared. Well,
But
listen,
then
Patrick.
he needs to say that.
So in the comp plan right now, there's a list of projects in the data analysis that were done before incorporation, and I think it talks about density and intensity, and I think we can bring that list back out to give you more. You'll have a visual because you know those projects, Lani Kai, name it. You got hotels and condo projects. For a better visual comparison that you'll understand versus us just talking to you about 20 units an acre, 10 units an acre, 5 units an acre. That doesn't mean anything to you in the context of what does that site look like.
No, but I think, Jason, at least if you're saying the same thing I'm saying, I'd like to know what we have right now and what we lost.
I think we can come up with a long list of things that would be great to tackle. I understand we're not going to tackle those all at once, and that we probably don't even have
I don't
the
even know where to
funds
start
right
that
now to
list.
conduct all these studies, but
Yeah,
we
I
can
don't know.
create a list for sure.
I heard the chamber has a list somewhat. I don't know. So
Mhm.
it's we can reach out and see.
So I think that's why if we had a joint meeting, we just have an item on the agenda of what are those items? What do we need to look at? We can have that discussion with council.
Okay.
And frankly, that activity and that study kind of atmosphere has to come from them. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's a monetary decision too.
Yep.
So you have Scott's question about parallelograms.
Scott's question about parallelograms is
50%
also on the
native
list.
plantings.
Yep. Design guidelines, architectural guidelines.
Yep.
Is there joint meeting and future planning? And
future
is there anything anybody else has?
Yes, one more thing. So I really apologize for hogging the time, but I'm one of the parents involved with the PTO fighting for our beach school. The 22nd of this month, there will be a school board, they don't call them workshops, they call them, I think, briefings, where they will take public comment. Again, I am concerned with the direction things are heading into, in that we have found out information as we're going through this process with them that is a little disconcerting. And I think what happens is, over time, the public involvement and the public outcry kind of wanes, and our bargaining power diminishes over time. So I think on the 22nd, before I think they might make a decision the following meeting, I think we need a good showing. We need people that, not just the parents, I think this is a community issue. I think there's a lot of history, there's a lot of culture, a lot of community character tied to that school. So I would encourage everybody to attend and show support for the school. And hopefully we convince them that they keep our school open with something where they actually rebuild a permanent structure, not just something temporary.
22nd at what time?
I'm not sure. I think it's the briefings are during the day, I believe.
Patrick, is the current ask from the community for the beach school to preserve the historic structure and build a permanent structure in addition to that?
So what's happened is the historic building, they have to remediate. That would be available for the students. We've been told that all the students currently can fit in there, but from a programmatic standpoint, it's not big enough to have like a separate room for arts or music or that type of thing. So we have been to the library board, asked for their support. Can we use the historic building and the third floor of the library to kind of meet those requirements? The library board has been great. They're very supportive. They still have construction issues and dealing with their elevator, that type of thing. But notwithstanding those issues, they're perfectly fine with having the students in there. What we're hearing from the school board that they're concerned about spending money for a temporary portable option and then spending money for a permanent option. So we've tried to eliminate that by using existing facilities. We've presented that to them. We have found out, so it took 100 days for us to find out, and this came from district staff, that the capital costs associated with rebuilding our school are not an issue. There is insurance money available. There will be FEMA money available. That is not the issue. The issue is the annual operational costs. And they say your enrollment's low, so the per student cost to run the school is high. We are trying to work through that with them, putting a plan together to increase enrollment, and they control certain things that we haven't been able to increase that enrollment in the past. So we think that by expanding our proximity zone, by adding a pre-K, by creating a magnet school, by having a marketing plan partnership with the chamber where we educate people that they can send their kids if they're employees on the beach. Even if you're not an employee, that if you're willing to drive the kids on, you can do that. So, and Sanibel right now gets about 40% of their kids from that program off island waivers. So we've looked at if we implemented those, what would that look like? And I think we can definitely get to the point where our per student costs are in line with Sanibel and Pine Island, and possibly even less. So, we are moving forward in good faith, trying to find solutions. What we also found out, though, that last week was we asked the question of Well, if you don't rebuild our school, because they want to make it conditional upon enrollment numbers, benchmark, do you lose potential FEMA money and squander that money? And is that good management of public funds? And what we found out was they expect to get money from our destroyed school, no matter what, FEMA money and insurance money. And what we then asked was, could we be in a situation where that money comes in and you could use it elsewhere for other schools? And that's a possibility. We haven't been told they would do that, but that is a possibility. So when I say that we're finding out information that's a little concerning, and that doesn't make us feel real good about the situation, that's what I mean. So,
Well, look, let's be realistic about that. They're no different than any other property owner.
Mm.
No different. I mean, if you just take out all the emotion out of it, they own property. If they get FEMA money for it and they still decide to sell it, it's their prerogative.
mhm. And we control the zoning and the future land use of that property.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yep. Okay. And of course, the school is completely codependent on Bay Oaks.
Right, you have to have one to have the other function.
Yeah, to truly function, yeah. Okay. Boy, is that a sticky wicket. Yeah. Okay, anything else from anyone? Mr. Herron, do you have any items?
Helena. No, no ma'am.
Mr. Green? Do you
Yes.
have any, you do?
Yes. Historic
Lucky.
preservation.
Oh gosh, I'm so sad that I missed the meeting at here on, was it Monday? That the historic, whoever met.
Really?
The
Who?
real historic people of Fort Myers Beach met and
Oh, you-
talked.
well,
I
not the
wish-
towns,
Historic
but-
Preservation Board. I don't know. Anyway,
You
go
have
ahead.
a historic preservation advisory committee under you. They did not meet. What do you want to do?
I got a message from Jessica Titus saying she would really like to be on that board.
Well, they also need a mission. And I don't know the condition
Let's
of.
put it on our,
All right, so
agenda management list that we need to be we need to talk.
you
about
have to
this.
talk about this.
Okay,
So that's my
good.
point is next meeting or sometime soon.
Okay.
Maybe it's a joint meeting with the council, but you have to
Yes, I think it's probably a
decide
good idea that it's a
what
joint
is the
meeting with
role,
council. Yep.
and really what do you want to get out of historic preservation at this point?
Okay.
The
Anything else?
No, the other thing is just I think there was a conversation about impact fees of the school and other things. So I would encourage you to let's have that conversation with yourself since you're somewhat responsible for growth and the capital expenses that the public or the town are responsible for, or the developer that's paying for that growth ultimately. How does that get charged? And I've gone back and forth with this, and I think when several years ago the council asked about the impact fees that we charge, at that point it seemed the cost of doing that study outweighed the benefit. I think we're past that, and it probably needs to be looked at. And partly what I can do is I can bring to you examples of other communities, because there's a lot of categories that we're not collecting impact fees for, and a lot of areas that could be funded through that.
Jason, has there been any discussion about CRAs and TIF funds and stuff like this now? I mean,
Internally, there's been, yeah, I mean, if you're going to do one, now's the time to do one.
Right.
The county has a lot of say in that, and so there's got to be a
but is
conversation
there any
there.
taste for it at the county level?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What about like how, when new communities build, I'm talking residential, but they have lots of amenities, they have a one-time fee they have to pay into that goes to the overall amenities only. And could a town do that?
So we charge impact fees for transportation and parks, essentially. We collect impact fees at the permitting level for fire and schools, and then those two get distributed to those agencies, and then we have funds for parks and transportation. The last few years, most of those transportation funds have been spent on capital projects related to sidewalks, and you're going to get a CIP, a 5-year CIP list you do every year, probably May, for you to vote. Again, that's different than a town capital expenses that they spend as part of their annual budget. This is supposed to be the 5-year capacity building related to those items. But there's a lot of things that we can charge for or have a direct cost from a developer that we could recoup with other impact fees. Maybe some go down and others are new. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do it. But that doesn't answer. But I don't know what you're referring to specifically. I just if a community, so if a development builds something that becomes public, there's opportunities for them to get credits towards the impact fees that they owe on certain tasks. So if somebody built a park as part of their development and it became a public park that served an increase in capacity and demand, then they could get a credit against their park impact fees.
No, I'm talking about a community, a gated community. You pay a capital. I'm talking about a community development fee in a new gated community where you would pay a one-time capital
But how would
improvement.
you implement that here? We don't have any gated communities.
Well, coming over the bridge could be our gate.
I don't know
So
about that.
it's just- so it's-
We currently have impact
No.
fees based on the study or whatever that was done
I
a
mean,
long time ago.
I mean, think about what $1,000 in any new development would
And
add up
is a new
right
development
now.
rebuilding your house?
No, I'm talking new construction.
Okay, so it's not rebuilding your house, but it might be rebuilding.
We can't charge
Some-
capital.
Yeah,
We
a
do
house
not
that was
charge
demolished, yeah.
capital, we do not charge impact fees for homes. If even I think it's 5 years or 7 years, I can't remember, but it's either as long as within 5 or 7 years of tear down, then you basically get that credit.
Yeah,
Once it's
typically-
beyond that, then you have to pay.
Typically, most communities do not charge you the impact fee twice. So if you had a given footprint and you rebuild, you get charged the impact fee on the incremental increase, not what was existing.
But some communities charge by square footage. Some communities charge by unit.
Well, we could add this to our list if
I
there's
think it's an
any-
important conversation to
Okay,
have.
let's add it to our
You have
agenda
a
management
20-year-old impact fee ordinance that
Very good.
by state law needs to be relooked at.
Okay. All right. That being that, do any of you folks have anything to say? Because it's public comment time, and you've sat here through all of this, and you're entitled to say
Come
something.
on up. Oh, we don't
Please
have
come up to the.
We need a microphone.
Come up to the podium, and the gentleman in the back will give you a microphone, and just state your name for the record, and you've got 3 minutes after all of this.
Thank you. I'm Lois Wallery. I'm from the Chicago area. I've been an owner here for 10 years, and I walk the beach frequently. My place is near where the Wyndham is. So I usually walk all the way. I'd walk all the way to the end of the beach that way, or, as far out.
Good for you.
But what I was wanting to talk about is the bridge that you've approved, because there has been one on there, and it was at least 6 feet wide. It was south of the Wyndham, and it had a roof, and it had a bench, and all of this. And when I first was walking, it was very nice. It was kept up nice. It looked good. I didn't think anything about it. But as the years went by, there were boards missing. You could tell it was in disarray. It wasn't being taken care of. And I would have liked to have seen something said to the care, and either that if it wasn't kept up, it could be taken down or whatever.
That's why I kept asking that question about maintenance.
Right.
Are you
I
talking
think
about-
because the beach is a special place, and it's really a beautiful place, and I'd like to keep it that way.
But do you know where the location is? I'm thinking
exactly
Leonardo
right.
Arms. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I didn't know where it was exactly, yeah. Right, I think maybe where it is, yes. That's
Agreed.
my comments,
Well,
and thank you
for your
very much. It
comments.
was
I
very
appreciate it very
interesting. I
much.
enjoyed it.
Anyone else? Seeing no other further public comment, would somebody make a motion to adjourn, please? Okay, our meeting stands adjourned at
Second.
2:27 PM.
Thank
Thank you all.
Yay.